Ambassador, Mr. Leventis, Mr. David, dear members of the trustees, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera, welcome to the Cyprus Institute, and thank you for being with us today in person and online. Over the next 2 days, we are celebrating 5 years of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences, showcasing the work and achievements since its establishment in 2018. We will start today's program with a welcome address by the President of the Cyprus Institute, Professor Stavros Malas. Professor Malas.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this great event. Your Excellency, the Minister, former Commissioner, former Minister, Mr. Leventis, Mr. David, Director of the Department of Antiquities, all welcome to this event. Now, it is, of course, a great day for us to celebrate the achievements of the support by the Leventis Foundation. But one needs to put this support into perspective. For those that have followed academic research in Cyprus, it only has essentially 30 years of existence with 2 exceptions. Before the 90s, before the establishment of the University of Cyprus and various other institutions, we only had research in archaeology and in agriculture. The government was really supporting that through some work of eminent scholars like Professor Karagiorgis with the support of the Leventis Foundation. And of course, the agriculture was supported by the government. So that just shows the scant existence of research in our country. So the Leventis Foundation essentially predated any effort of serious research in this country. Now, 30 years later, we have a very, I'd say, mature and very successful ecosystem in archaeological research and cultural sciences, because it is a coalescence of sciences. And the Leventis Foundation, again, is at the forefront of this support. Now, as I said yesterday, there is no archaeologist, and I'm sure the Minister will confirm that has not received in one way or another support from the Leventis Foundation. And this is really an example of philanthropy and philopatry on the part of the family. Now, the impact of this support will be discussed later on by many presentations by our colleagues here at the Institute, because archaeological sciences, or other cultural sciences, as I said, it is a coalition, and it's probably the best coalition in science of very many disciplines. And for those that are following scientific discovery, the greatest achievements of science are done on the borders of various scientific fields. And I think cultural sciences is a very good example. Agricultural sciences is also a good example. Now, collaboration of many players is key. We are a small country, and we cannot work in silos. This is my message to researchers as a researcher. And a small country and a young country requires osmosis between the various players, and I encourage everybody, and we don't have very many, to work collectively towards maximizing their output. And I do refer, of course, to our own center, to the Department of Antiquities, with whom we have great collaboration, and of course, other colleagues in the University of Cyprus and the technological university. Without collaboration, you don't get very far, particularly if you're a very small country. Now, because we are a small country, Minister, we have not matured yet to develop in what I call institutional support for research. We think that research is supported through little drops of money, and with that you don't get very far. Now, for those that are following motor racing, and I'm not one of them, but occasionally I see it, if you're actually racing and you're actually forced to make many stops, you're losing the race. So fragmented support of research, which seems to be the prevailing way of supporting research, doesn't get you very far. Institutional support of research, and long-term, it does get you very far, and it actually makes better use of the money. I say this because we now have a deputy ministry for research as well. And I know you have, obviously, background in research, and I'm sure your contribution will be important. Now, I'll finish off with a personal statement. Research in tangible cultural heritage, obviously, it is a very long process. Research in intangible cultural heritage, and particularly cultural heritage, of course, which is changing or lost very fast, is a top priority. And I encourage you, Minister, and I encourage all colleagues in the ecosystem to think, and we are taking an initiative on that, to think, to work collectively to save some of our intangible cultural heritage, our second DNA. Philosophers in 100 years, well, probably in 200 years, will record this period as probably the most fast-changing period in the history of humankind. Now, that moment, and these changes need to be captured, otherwise they will be lost. And if you lose your second DNA, that is your intangible cultural heritage, I think that you're actually losing your very foundation for strong and sustainable existence in the future. So I welcome you, Minister, here. We are very pleased that the Deputy Ministry of Culture has somebody that at least understands of the priorities, and we're very proud. And our colleagues hold you and, of course, your work in great esteem, and hope to collaborate with you in the very near future. Welcome, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Malas. It is our distinct honor and privilege to have with us today the chairman of the AG Leventis Foundation. Mr. Leventis, thank you so much for joining us today for this special event, and I welcome you to the podium for your address.
So, Minister, Excellencies, friends. Since its inception, the AG Leventis Foundation has, as one of its principal activities, support for and research into the culture and history of the Hellenic world, much of its earlier investment involving archaeology in Greece, Cyprus, and the wider historic Greco-Roman and Byzantine heritage. In archaeological terms, much depends on the quality of research into ancient materials, and this, of course, is the context in which Professor Thilo Röhren comes into the picture. The Foundation's thinking behind support for the appointment of Professor Röhren as leader of STARCS derives from the fact that Cyprus is central to the Eastern Mediterranean in terms of history, trade, movement of ideas, and materials processing skills. As Thilo has noted, Cyprus, the copper country, must rate archaeometallurgy as of primary interest, along with universally important ceramics. Professor Röhren was, of course, eminently qualified for the leadership of STARC, but What we were really concerned with was his potential in the longer-term task of reinforcing the future of archaeological research in Cyprus, starting with his ability to lead the talented team of scientists in the broadest possible sense, by encouraging and building links to parallel institutions within Cyprus and abroad, where necessary and possible. It's clear that he is succeeding and that he has substantially opened the road to wider collaboration initiatives, not necessarily influenced by his own academic interests, but which nevertheless count archaeometallurgy and early glass as important research subjects, which would include such projects as the Amathus Early Byzantine Glass and Workshop and Glass in the Middle East, and even in Central Asia. In practical terms, Professor Rehren and the team he leads have therefore made it their mission to encourage and strengthen Stark's links to archaeological research in Cyprus. Also, of course, in the wider Europe, the Middle East, and the original focus being on the early metallurgy of copper and iron, but expanding into glass, ancient and medieval ceramics, as well as late Byzantine and early Ottoman period ceramics from Cyprus and Greece. Measures of their success include numerous academic publications. I estimated roughly since from 2019 to 2023, something just under 200 publications, actually. As well as prizes awarded to his team, with Dr. Efthymia Nikita, Human Osteoarchaeology, recognized for her work in human history by the award of the important Dan Levitt Prize in 2020, and the Cypriot Research and Innovation Foundation's recognition of Thilo himself as senior researcher in 2022. Dr. Nikita's recent appointment as senior editor 2022 by Elsevier's Journal of Archaeological Science. Dr. Evi Margaritis, on her part, is highly recognized as the only archaeobotanist and environmental archaeologist in Greece and Cyprus, leading such interdisciplinary projects as Medisfood and an analysis of food, agriculture, and their associated webs, practices, and the social aspects within the Bronze Age Crete and Cyprus. We will all shortly, of course, have the opportunity to appreciate much of the excellent research initiated and supervised by the Archaeological Science Group of the Cyprus Institute, led by Professor Rehren, and by assistant professors Evi Margaritis and Efthymia Nikita. The Cyprus Institute itself has exercised a strong collaborative influence on archaeological research, and this has resulted in the strengthening of existing relationships with Professor Kassianidis, the Minister, and the department, and her colleagues at the university, at the Archaeological Research Unit of the University of Cyprus, and at the Department of Antiquities in Cyprus. The Institute is also a significant participant in research within the wider Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern region. In the latter instance, involvement has been based on Professor Rehren leading several EU grants to promote archaeological sciences in the plaster and ceramics network, as well as to organize regional events and training courses, mainly in Cyprus, and including a series of conferences with numerous international participants. Collaboration with the University of Cambridge continues and expands with the Keros project in the Aegean, and of course the West African Metals and Glass project. These collaborative initiatives, which involve the MacDonald Institute at the University of Cambridge and Stark, are becoming a strategic institutional link with Stark. with Stark, eventually concentrating particularly on the archaeometallurgical elements of the research. In another parallel and potentially substantial development, the University of Cambridge and Stark are helping to define options for the expansion of archaeological science capacity in West Africa, with possible eventual linkages to the EMOWAA museum project in Benin City, with which, incidentally, our foundation is also involved. To illustrate the Institute's willingness to apply its technology in helping to elucidate contemporary social and environmental problems on the ground, Dr. Anna Spirou of Stark, a zooarchaeologist, is bringing to completion a 2-year investigation of an indigenous breed of cattle, jointly with the Agricultural Research Institute next door in Cyprus and with Trinity College in Dublin. Most beef and dairy cattle in Cyprus today are European breeds, adapted to a feedlot environment, but an indigenous cow species has in fact survived on the Akrotiri Peninsula, within what is now one of the largest and most important wetlands in the Eastern Mediterranean. Despite national and international protection, this wetland is under pressure for commercial building development, and our foundation has taken steps to support a Cypriot NGO in executing a major environmental project enabling the local community to continue the sustainable management of this cattle herd. Dr. Spirou's research examines the derivation of this cattle breed, which has successfully adapted to local drought conditions and also to local aquatic conditions, because not forgetting that this is within basically a wetland area. It's almost certainly of ancient origin, the herd, possibly descended from Zebu cattle brought to the island as a result of trading linkages with Ptolemaic Egypt, or even earlier, to the Bronze Age itself. This project combines nicely our foundation's commitment to archaeological research, protection of the environment, as well as providing humanitarian assistance to a local community. A major factor influencing our foundation's support for research has been what is now described as interdepartmental and interdisciplinary participation, which can apply internally or across institutions. Evidence seen by us has confirmed our view that defensive and unduly protective approaches to research have frequently impeded the process of discovery. In essence, creative talent from differing origins and perspectives can contribute novel approaches to solutions. Most successful research centers are now open to this approach, and I'm happy to confirm that the Cyprus Institute could not have advanced to its current levels of achievement without such important and well-applied collaborations as these. I think in view of the earlier talk by the previous speaker, I'm in fact preaching to the converted in any event, but still, I thought I should say that. In preparing for this celebration, I asked Thilo to give me some pointers as to what, after 5 years at the helm of Stark, he saw as key continued objectives in his work. He summarized these admirably, starting with what we all consider as of key importance, building cooperation and collaboration across all archaeological stakeholders in Cyprus. He then continued via a note on giving back to society, the importance of building sound, long-term structures with concomitant academic excellence, inclusivity, and innovation. He followed this by confirming the benefits of existing and improving regional and other networks, and concluded by underlining the requirement for long-term sustainability of this structure. We agreed with these aspirations and with the fact that much of this has already been achieved or was en route to achievement. Our conclusion being that sustainability must now become the principal criterion. As Thilo himself puts it, ensuring that the role of archaeological science is strengthened and institutionalized. A key factor in achieving all of this will include the establishment of a senior long-term archaeometallurgy post in close collaboration with the director of the Department of Antiquities. Furthermore, we agreed with him that Stark should institutionalize such procedures as inviting research visitors with access to laboratories, and that an ultimate ambition needs to include the establishment of a specialized library for archaeological sciences at the Cyprus Institute, a service apparently notably lacking in the wider region. Finally, to emphasize the need to build on the already significant public outreach work at levels which should include schools, emerging scholars, as well as PhD level research. If I may now conclude with a story for those who were at the dinner last night, you will have heard this before, but anyway, I thought I would repeat it here. With a story based incidentally on one of Thilo's specializations, glass. Ancient glass happens to be a major focus in his interests, his research interests, but he is quick to insist that he does not, for that reason, have this as a research focus in Cyprus. It did, however, happen that the Stark Laboratory was already involved in technical studies of Byzantine glass in Cyprus, and that as a matter of coincidence, the Foundation had already and independently provided support to a Nigerian scientist, Dr. Babalona, who was working on glass beads discovered at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife, Nigeria, and dated successfully to the 11th century Christian era. Professor Herrera knew about this discovery, got the laboratory at Stark to collaborate in the analysis of the materials excavated, and thereby helped to prove that this glass was initiated and developed entirely independently by the Ile-Ife civilization of that period. We were, of course, happy to support this proceeding, a truly serendipitous development for us, given our close, lifelong connection to Nigeria and more generally West Africa. Also the fact that the materials they analyzed had been stored after their discovery in the A.G. Leventis Natural History Museum of the Obafemi Awolowo University at Ile-Ife itself in Nigeria. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Mr. Leventis, for your kind words. I would like now to invite to the podium the Honorable Deputy Minister of Culture of the Republic of Cyprus, Professor Vasiliki Kassianidou. Professor Kassianidou.
Good morning, Your Excellency, dear President of the Cyprus Institute, Mr. Leventis, Mr. David, Kyria Vasiliou, Kyria Toumazi, dear Thilo. I would first like to say that I am one of those archaeologists who have benefited from a scholarship from the Leventis Foundation as a PhD student, without which it would have been difficult to finish my studies. And if I ask for a show of hands, I think there will be many people in the audience who will raise their hand for being scholars of the Leventis Foundation. And many years ago, I told Mrs. Leventis that this perhaps was a much greater contribution to archaeology than all the other work that has been done, because you have built a generation of archaeologists who have been able to follow their dreams and study this. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It is with great pleasure that I address today the celebrations marking the first 5 years of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences at the Cyprus Institute. The establishment of this Leventis Chair, along with the appointment of my dear friend Thilo Reren as the A.G. Leventis Professor for Archaeological Sciences, have brought STARC and, by extent, the Cyprus Institute to the forefront of archaeological material studies, with solid and valuable contributions to the field, thus opening up amazing potentials for the study of Cypriot and Mediterranean cultures. It has been repeatedly demonstrated that the most comprehensive archaeological studies are those which combine traditional methods of archaeological investigation with analytical techniques deriving from the natural and digital sciences, and that the relationship between fieldwork and laboratory is a critical one for the successful completion of any research endeavor. An investment in the field of archaeological sciences insinuates an investment into objective and unbiased research with archaeological arguments constructed using material evidence and scientific facts. The research activities under the umbrella of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences have been collectively contributing in such a way to the history and archaeology of the Eastern Mediterranean basin, and of course beyond, a region of great historical, cultural, and geopolitical significance. Having personally an academic and professional background in archaeological sciences, I'm in a position to fully appreciate and acknowledge the hard and dedicated work that has been conducted by Professor Reren and his team. Over the past 5 years, we witnessed a gradual growth in analytical infrastructure, scientific personnel, and students that conduct high-impact and high-quality research, attract competitive research grants, and offer scientific support, if needed, to other local and international institutions, including the Department of Antiquities, that since June has become an integral part of the Deputy Ministry of Culture. I would also like to thank Professor Reren for all his efforts to bring together STAR-C and the Archaeological Research Unit of the University of Cyprus in collaborative projects such as the Place ITN, and for supervising some of my graduate students. Tilo, you are always open to such collaborations, and I really honestly appreciate this. I want to take this opportunity to state that the Deputy Ministry of Culture will be focusing more on providing support to esteemed academic entities, like the one we celebrate today, for promoting more actively cultural studies. I envisage the Deputy Ministry becoming an enabler for cooperation, research, and innovation, as well as supporting vehicle for highest quality research. And I have spoken with Professor Malas before about this, and I will do my best to support this idea of constitutional research being funded by the state. To that end, our aim is to foster greater cooperation between academic institutions and research centers for attracting more research and innovation funds and projects to Cyprus. After all, people and culture are fundamental to research and innovation as they create and direct the creative and dynamic framework that is needed for any research initiative to thrive, and of course, for human society to thrive in general. We have all been witnesses to the changing and surely challenging role that the humanities and social sciences are called to take in education, in academia, and in society. I want to express my sincere gratitude for the vital financial and practical support provided by the A.G. Leventis Foundation, as well as the Cyprus Institute, for the establishment and sustenance of such an academic chair in archaeological sciences. It allows researchers to deploy their potential and conduct high-quality research that will be returned to society as new knowledge. The study and knowledge of the past has the mesmerizing power of empowering inclusiveness and societal cohesion, especially in these times of major crisis around the world. Concluding this address, allow me to once again to express my warm congratulations for the first very successful 5 years of activities under the A.G. Leventis Chair of Archaeological Sciences, and wish many, many more achievements in the field and every success for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The A.G. Leventis Professor in Archaeological Sciences at the Cyprus Institute, Professor Tilo Rerer, will now deliver his speech on a foundation and vision for archaeological sciences in Cyprus.
Thank you very much for being here and for having me in the truest meaning of the words, for allowing me to be in Cyprus. I have been working on Cypriot material for quite a long time, but I was never able to even dream about getting here professionally, and that dream became true. my next dream is for the PowerPoint presentation to start. So, of course, we have heard already about Star C and the existence of archaeological research in Cyprus and the relative youth of that endeavor. And it was a strong foundation that I found, and I'm very happy to build on that. With the next few minutes, I just want to give you an overview of where I think that has led us and can lead us going forward. But before going there, let me briefly outline how I understand archaeological science. It concerns primarily the lives of societies, of people in the past. And that begins necessarily with the environment, the natural environment out of which long ago humans developed into the Homo sapiens that we are, and then much later the absolutely economically foundational agriculture. Remember that until 200 years ago, all of human society was basically totally agriculturally driven and supported, and there would be nothing without farming and agriculture to sustain the level of urban development that we later saw. So understanding past societies, we need to understand the natural environment, the modified natural agricultural environment, as well as the built environment built on that absolute foundation. Then, we want to understand in archaeological science those 99.9% of people who were not living in a palace, who were not honoring people gods in temples, people who were actually, again, providing the economic basis for all of that culture to be able to develop and to grow. We must not forget those totally invisible people other than to archaeological science. And then, of course, there is a material culture. We have museums full of it, but that is just the tip of the iceberg, again, of the material culture that enabled culture to develop as we know it. The early industrial foundations, ordinary pottery, cooking pots are more important, I dare say, than red-figured vases, even though there are not that many cooking pots in many museums. So, all of those aspects, I think, together constitute archaeological science, and they can only, in my view, studied in coordination, in integration between all of that. That ceramic cooking pot is directly related to that olive oil grove where you plant your trees, and the craft potter in between, and the person actually using that. We have to see it as one science, not as departmentalized, modern understanding of, I'm the material scientist, you are the biologist. No, we have to see it as integrated as it is in our daily lives, even today. And that's what we see as a driver behind our archaeological science laboratories, which are an integrated unit. So, why Cyprus? Why is Cyprus so interesting? If we go back 3,500 years in the Bronze Age, Cyprus may not have been one of the great Bronze Age powers like the Hittites or Egyptians or the Minoans, Mycenaeans, but it was in the center of it and providing that crucially essential element copper, where we see the oxide ingot here coming from Cyprus and being carried by some Egyptian gentleman depicted in an Egyptian tomb, supporting the development of Egyptian material culture. Now we move on 1,000 years in the Hellenistic world. Cyprus is right spot in the middle where it belongs, part of the whole developments. We go to the Byzantine world, the Eastern Empire of Rome. It's right there in the middle. we move on another 1,000 years in the Ottoman Empire, it's right in the middle. So Cyprus has always been a very central place, and it's that central place as part of a much wider arena, geographically, geopolitically, where we in a microcosm can understand how things work with a clear boundary, the coast, which is not just nice for a swim, but it's also nice to focus your mind as to where you actually concentrate your efforts. And it covers across all aspects of ancient life. So that is what I think is exciting here in Cyprus, and why particularly Cyprus. And in that context, I'm very proud to have a team with which we can take the leadership in research as well as support the research of others in collaboration, and simply facilitate research by others, even without us having to be part of it, by providing an infrastructure, by providing supervision for students who are not our students, by providing simple advice on a phone call or a Zoom call or in a private visit. It's that where I think again, Cyprus is a central place in a geographically and geopolitically very beneficial and very privileged situation between so many different regional powers here. Now, why is it essential academically? As I said earlier, archaeological science opens up new insights into the past. Now, we saw yesterday evening Cyprian's picture of a Swiss cheese as a metaphor for the archaeological record. Pretty solid, but with holes in it. You are very optimistic, in my view. What I, in my teaching, show students is a single piece of a jigsaw and say, guys, that is one piece out of a 1,000-piece jigsaw. Tell me, what does the picture show? And you have no clue from that one picture. And that one picture out of 1,000, one piece out of 1,000, is more than what we know archaeologically, I believe, in terms of survival. Any additional piece, in particular if it's a different piece, not just another cemetery, another beautiful temple, but another layer of society, will contribute to enriching that picture of the past, giving voice to those, as I said, 99.9% of people of whom the ancient philosophers do not write much. So, there's a raft of new information coming out as an essential complement to arts and humanities research as we know it. And we are on the way, maybe we are there already, to be one of a kind of a laboratory in the wider Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, the region that I outlined in my quick maps earlier as a cultural entity, a cultural big region that moves in sync. So, accordingly, our fieldwork beyond Cyprus, I haven't put all those many dots on Cyprus here that would just clutter the picture, stretches beyond the island. We have a regional role to play. That is where our fieldwork projects, where we are participating as well as leading, are based. And note that cluster here in West Africa, which Tasso Leventis kindly mentioned, overlaps with my own historical research interest as well, so there is a good synergy there. But again, it can't be done alone. This is the map of our collaborating academic institutions in Europe, and I cut off America and Asia, where we have collaborating institutions as well, just because we are limited with time here. All of that fantastic work needs money. Now, money needs to be raised, and there are, Professor Malas mentioned it, those drip feeds of project fundings which keep us alive. It's competitive, typical success rates 10%, 15% if you're lucky. It's that environment where, again, I'm proud being part of a team of people. And if you break that down, we have very equal share in bringing in this money. It's not one big person and everybody else riding on their tails. This is a grant income, new signed contracts, typically 2-3-year projects, total volume per year. Sorry, that was the wrong one. And it doesn't include the foundation's initial grant, so this is on top of that, the leverage that we did. You will see on average it's about 650,000, 700,000 euros per year in new income. What are we doing with all of that money? Collaborating, working with partners. These are the sources from which we draw them. And again, it's important. It's European money, it's Cypriot money, it's philanthropic money. We are not dependent on a single source. We are diversified in our income, which makes us a bit resilient, I hope. At the bottom, you see University of Cyprus and Department of Antiquities. They are not our funders. Thank you. And they are not at the bottom because I wouldn't respect them. They are at the bottom of this graph because the collaboration with them as partners is absolutely foundational and fundamental for us. There is no archaeological science without archaeology. Student recruitment. We are, after all, an institution of higher education. When I came, we had a single PhD student. She is still here as a postdoc, I think. Since then, we have steadily grown. This is a cumulative grant. Students here typically last 3-4 years before they have to finish and move on. You see there are 16 PhD students in archaeological science with 3 faculty supervising. That's 5 per faculty. That's a lot of work, although we love our students. What do we all do? Our product, Tasso mentioned already our publication output. That's the currency in which we give back academically to the field, peer-reviewed publications. And again, you see we are pretty productive with about now 30, 40 publications per year coming out of our team. And again, it's a team effort. They're first authored, led by our PhD students, by postdocs, of course, and contributed by our faculty as well. So, all fine, isn't it? Looks all great. But remember, we are operating at full capacity. To deliver that, we need people. Now, I recently broke it down by gender, current topic, and I'm very happy being in a science, technology, engineering, and math field and having a majority female team. 2 faculty female, 1 faculty male. And on the postdocs, staff, and students, it's a bit more balanced. So that team needs strengthening, and I want to look at that as it is now, and now see that is the ones which have permanent positions. Everybody else is dependent and funded from those grants that I mentioned. Without those grants, we wouldn't have more than those 4 staff. So it's an interesting situation. We need to consolidate that. We need to develop it. We heard before, ceramics are absolutely essential for any archaeological work after the Stone Age. And metals, of course, they have my love, and Cyprus is based on metal. But also, we are not a university, we are a research institute which has a longer breadth, and we can develop something like reference and study collections beyond individual projects, which are then acting as a magnet, as a point to bring researchers from the region to come here, compare their material to what has been studied before. That we want to consolidate. We are in the process of doing that. In terms of further development, we heard already the modern challenges that Professor Broodbank pointed out yesterday. A lot of that evolves around stable isotopes of nitrogen, of carbon, of oxygen, to reconstruct past environmental conditions, to reconstruct past diet and health situation, to provenance material. So again, it's one method which cross-cuts across the three main aspects we are interested in. And when we recently made a study on that, the Geological Survey Department of the Republic, as well as the state general laboratories, were highly interested in a research-level mass spectrometer. So, and that is what we want to do with ceramics. There are plenty of them, and they're very beautiful. Maria, I know that. There's also a lot of metal here, and the slags are even more beautiful. They occur in lumps in the countryside. This map I shamelessly pinched from the Deputy Minister's publications in the past when she was still a professor at the university. That purple oval thing around the Troodos Mountains, that is the source of all that copper. And there's so much still to be discovered and to be studied. That is just the beauty of optical microscopy on a totally corroded bronze prill from Hala Sultan Tekke. And an example of the reference and study collections that we are developing in discussion with the Department of Antiquities, because obviously it's their property. It's not ours. It's common heritage. And in particular with metal, who should do that if not us? We are the ones to do it, and that is obvious if you look in the academic landscape of the wider region. There is no archaeometallurgy center really. So, as a vision going forward, what I want to do is to continue setting the agenda, to demonstrate and earn the respect as a local regional leader in collaboration, of course, shaping the profession, nudging it in a way that we think is fruitful, and in a way decolonizing us from the Northern European approach and developing a genuine Eastern Mediterranean approach, true for our environmental, our political, our financial conditions, which are different from the situation in Germany or Britain. And to train the next generation, as the Deputy Minister pointed out, without training those, we wouldn't be where we are. So, then finally we may have an ecosystem of big trees and small trees and flowering plants in between. The way to get there is through academic excellence, with a set of core values that my colleagues and I share. And with that picture, I want to thank everybody for all the support and very warm welcomes I have received 5 years ago and today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Eren. In the broader field of archaeological sciences, archaeometallurgy has been one of the first topics that have been developed in Cyprus. I invite to the podium Professor Vasiliki Kassianidou, formerly of the University of Cyprus, to present to us a brief history of archaeometallurgical studies in Cyprus.
Okay. Cyprus was known since antiquity for her rich copper ore deposits. The island's mineral wealth and copper mines were loaded in the ancient texts, which were read widely by Europeans with a classical education. It is thus not surprising that already in the 19th century, geologists such as the Frenchman Albert Gaudry came to the island to study the local geology. The result of his visit was a book published in 1862. It is in this book that one finds some of the earliest descriptions of ancient slag heaps, which he notes were so large that the local villagers understandably thought they had been formed by volcanoes. And it is in his book that one finds the earliest chemical analysis of ancient slag. Initial interest in the archaeology of Cyprus also dates to the second half of the 19th century, when controversial figures such as Luigi Palma di Cesnola and Max Onelfas Richter were excavating literally thousands of tombs and hundreds of sites, mainly sanctuaries, on the island, which was then under Ottoman rule. They were in search for antiquities, which they would go on to sell to European and American museums. Indeed, the Cypriot antiquities that Cesnola brought to the US formed one of the first archaeological collections of the newly founded Metropolitan Museum in New York, of which he became the first director. Cesnola also sold Cypriot antiquities to A.W. Franks, who has been described by some as the second founder of the British Museum. Franks had some of the metallic artifacts from Cyprus analyzed and then proceeded to present the results in 1874 at the International Conference on Prehistory, which took place in Stockholm. So archaeometallurgy in reality starts in the 19th century. In 1878, Cyprus became a British protectorate. Officials of the British Empire soon realized that the copper ore deposits of Cyprus, untouched since late antiquity, could offer an alternative to agriculture-based economy of the island. One of the first steps taken to facilitate the management of the island was the creation of an accurate map. The British colonial government assigned this task to Horatio Kitchener, Kitchener included in this first triangulated map of Cyprus a wealth of information, including the location of churches and monasteries, cemeteries, ancient ruins, water springs and mills, and some of the largest ancient slag heaps. Slag is the waste product of the smelting process, which could not be reused in any way. Thus, large masses of this material accumulate in the areas where smelting used to take place. If one finds a slag heap, one can be sure that an ore deposit that may not have been exhausted lies nearby. This is clearly why the slag heaps were included in this map. The fact that Cyprus was now a British protectorate opened the way for the British Museum to carry out excavations with funding from the Turner Bequest excavations, which started in Excavations started in 1896 at the site of Encomi, where more than 100 tombs filled with rich burial gifts were brought to light. To reach the tombs, they excavated through the remains of the contemporary settlement. In one location, they uncovered the remains of a foundry, identified as such by the presence of a hoard consisting of ingot fragments, scrap metal, including casting jets, and a full set of metal smithing tools. You see, this is the photograph, the publication, and this is how they are displayed in the British Museum today. It is at the same area that they also found the complete oxide ingot, now on display in the British Museum. More than 120 years later, this remains the only complete oxide ingot to have been found during an archaeological excavation on the island. Such objects had already been found in 1857 at the site of Serra Ilixi on the island of Sardinia, as well as Mycenae. The fact that the ingots bore marks that could be related to the Cyprominoan script led to their connection with Cyprus, an island which was already known to have been rich in copper, not only because of the numerous references of Cypriot copper in the ancient sources, but also because of the extensive slag heaps, the remains of the ancient copper industry, which litter the foothills of the Troodos. The efforts of the British colonial government to attract interest in Cyprus's copper deposit eventually paid off, and in 1916, the Cyprus Mines Corporation, henceforth CMC, was established in order to exploit the deposit of Skouryotissa and others in the mining region of Solia, and eventually also all around the island, and then beyond the island all over the world. It is not surprising that antiquities came to light not only whilst working the ore deposits, but also during activities related to setting up the mine's infrastructure. Thanks to the interest of James Latimer Bruce, the resident director of CMC from 1925 to 1935, The location of some of the ancient galleries was noted in the plans of the mine, and the objects found within them were collected. According to Lavender, the author of the book on the history of CMC, the interest in antiquities by the members of the company, who would often organize excursions to archaeological sites, and here they are visiting Salamis, was stimulated by the work carried out by the Swedish Cyprus expedition at the ancient site of Vouni that lies a few kilometers away from the mine of Skouryotissa. It was there, most probably, that Bruce met the leader of the expedition, Einar Gjerstad, who then invited him to contribute a text for the third volume of the Swedish Cyprus expedition on antiquities in the mines of Cyprus. The paper was prepared in collaboration with D.M. Kreveling, who worked for CMC, and Konstantinos Manglis, who worked for Hellenic Society of Chemical Products and Manures, which later involved in the Hellenic Mining Company, a company that is still active today. It presented the information they had gathered regarding ancient mining technology, plans and sections of the ancient adits, photographs of the mining tools and the slag heaps in the areas they had been working on, as well as chemical analysis of the slags. This, in other words, is the first detailed archaeometallurgical study on Cypriot material, which is of great importance, as most of these remains, including the slag heaps, have since been destroyed because the modern method of mining is open cast. Here you see the mine of Mitsero. The mining companies also made other important archaeological discoveries. Namely, in 1938, when CMC started operations at the mine of Apliki, they discovered a mining settlement which had been securely dated to the late Cypriot 2C, namely the period during which Bronze Age copper production and trade peaked. The excavation revealed the remains of an L-shaped building with several rooms arranged around a courtyard. Amounts of slag and a handful of broken tuyères denoted metallurgical activity, but these were both found in storage rooms in which no metallurgical installations were identified. The importance of Apliki and this discovery was only revealed decades later because of provenance studies. Similarly, in 1942, Hellenic Mining Company came across pottery and remains of ancient galleries at the mine of Ambelikou, dating to the Middle Bronze Age. This is the first case where we have pottery inside underground mines, and they date to around 1800 BC. The Department of Antiquities was notified, and soon after they came for rescue excavations, and they discovered the remains of another mining settlement, this time dating to the Middle Bronze Age. In the decades that followed the Second World War, excavations at several sites brought to light workshops related to copper metallurgy and demonstrated the significance of the island as a copper producer. The most important finds were undoubtedly those from the late Bronze Age site of Enkomi, which was excavated by a French mission under Claude Scheffer and a team of the Department of Antiquities under Porphyrios Dikios. Both teams brought to light extensive metallurgical workshops which spanned the whole history of habitation at the site, offering a rare opportunity to study late Cypriot copper metallurgy diachronically. This is only possible because of the meticulous way that Dikios recorded his finds, which are still accessible for study, and the fact that he published his excavations. Cyprus' importance as a copper producer and exporter became clearer and clearer as more oxide ingots began to appear in late Bronze Age sites all over the Mediterranean. The most striking discovery was undoubtedly that of the shipwreck of Cape Gelidonia in the 1960s, which was excavated by George Bass, who at the time was working on his PhD at the University of Pennsylvania. As luck would have it, UPenn was also the academic home of a distinguished professor of metallurgy, namely Bob Madin, and a young at the time member of the Faculty of Ancient History, namely Jim Yulee. Thus, the two of them, together with Tamara Steck, embarked on a research project focused on oxide ingots, which eventually also brought them to Cyprus, where they formed a long and lasting friendship with the director of antiquities, Vasos Karagiorgis, who had always been open to collaborations interdisciplinary studies. And I have to say that we owe so much to Vasos Karagiorgis, because since he started as director of antiquities, he was open. This is what made a difference for Cypriot archaeology. He was at the time excavating Kition, where metallurgical workshops were found in a sacred precinct in direct association with the largest of the temples. It was soon decided that there was scope for a specialist meeting in Cyprus, and thus the idea of early metallurgy in Cyprus conference was born. The publication of the proceedings in 1982 is a milestone in the study of Cypriot archaeometallurgy, and it includes papers by everyone who is anyone in the world of archaeometallurgy. The table of contents reads like a who is who in archaeometallurgy, but I would like to specifically acknowledge Professor Zwicker, who, like Madin, Ulrich Zwicker, a German, was a distinguished professor of metallurgy, first and foremost, and then a keen archaeometallurgist who dedicated much of his research on Cyprus. It is Zwicker who first tried to absolute date the mines and slag heaps using radiocarbon dating. I would also like to acknowledge Kuski and Steinberg, two American scientists who were the first to go in the mining regions and study the slag heaps. Perhaps the most important development that took place in the 80s was the application of lead isotope analysis for the provenance of metals. For the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean, it was the Oxford Isotrace Laboratory, led by Noel Gale and Sophie Stoss-Gale, that took the lead. For decades, they tried to characterize the isotopic fingerprint of copper deposits in this region and to contribute to discussion of ancient trade in copper in the Eastern Mediterranean in the Bronze Age and beyond. It is thanks to them that the real significance of Cyprus as a source of copper in the late Bronze Age was revealed as one after the other analyzed oxide ingots, including the more than 300 that were carried on the Uluburun ship, were found to be consistent with the ore deposits of the Solia region, and more specifically with Apliki. In the 80s was also the time when Walter Fastnacht discovered the first smelting workshop at the site of Almiraz, which he went on to excavate over several seasons. This workshop is a unique find because the whole chaîne opératoire from ore to metal is represented. I was lucky to have been invited to join Walter's team while still a PhD at UCL studying archaeometallurgy at the Institute of Archaeology. In the 90s, Bernard Knapp launched the Sydney-Cyprus Survey Project, the aim of which was to examine the relationships between the exploitation of natural resources, especially copper mining and agriculture, the development of complex social systems, and the changes taking place in the physical landscape. Skizap made a real contribution to Cypriot archaeology of all periods, but the contribution to Cypriot archaeometallurgy was even more significant. This time, the study of slag heaps was part of a wider archaeological project which provided the archaeological context, which was lacking from both Zwicker's and Kuski and Steinberg's work. I was invited to join the team, this time as the person responsible for designing the methodology and subsequently for carrying out the systematic recording of the rich mining heritage of the area under study, which is the area of Politico and Mitzeron. This methodology was further developed over the next projects that I co-directed, all in the mining regions of the Troodos Mountains, over the next 25 years. Apart from recording of the slag heaps using photogrammetry, simply because they're so big and cannot be approached by archaeological methods, although we do use traditional archaeological methods. Let me see the next one. Yeah, sorry. This included chemical and microscopic analysis of the slag, but also study of the organic remains from the slag heaps. These were studied by specialists in anthracology, Maria Dinu and Maria Sokratus, who were thus able to identify the predominant species of tree that was used to produce the charcoal needed as fuel for the smelting furnaces, and this is the pine tree. Through the systematic radiocarbon dating of the slag heaps done in collaboration with Sturt Manning, we could see changes in the smelting technology through time, but also the huge increase in copper production which took place in late antiquity throughout the island. Until the 80s, it was thought that copper production on the island stopped by the 4th century AD. We were able to show that the opposite was true, namely in late antiquity, which corresponds from the 4th to the 7th centuries AD, copper production reached industrial levels. It was during Skizep that the site of Politikophorades was discovered and subsequently excavated as a joint project between the University of Glasgow and the University of Cyprus, co-directed by Bernard Knapp and myself. This was another breakthrough, as for the first time there was a primary smelting workshop that dated to the late Bronze Age, namely the time during which the oxide ingots were produced and exported far and wide. Field work in the area of Skouryotissa, where I started working in 2000 within the framework of the Troodos Archaeological and Environmental Survey Project, and then again within the framework of the Cyprus Archaeomagnetic Project, or CAP, and again for the Skouryotissa project. Each time a new approach was applied and new data was collected. For example, for the CAP project, I collaborated with colleagues from the University of San Diego in California who were interested to use the slag heaps to see changes in the intensity of the Earth's magnetic field through time. Their funding, they were geologists, so they had a lot more money than archaeologists, enabled us to run more radiocarbon dates, which helped us to establish the length of time that it may have taken to form this section of the slag heap at Skouryotissa or another one in Mitseron. Again, for Skouryotissa, but also in the area of Asgata, we combined archaeological fieldwork with archival research and GIS. We georeferenced maps from the mining companies produced in the 1930s, which recorded the location of ancient slag heaps, some of which are either greatly diminished or completely destroyed, and subsequently we visited each one of these locations and recorded what is left of the ancient remains. Over the last 10 years, myself and members of my research team have turned to legacy collections, which are held in the storerooms of the Department of Antiquities. For the first time since the publication of Bruce, the rich assemblage of mining tools that were collected by 3 mining companies and donated to the Department of Antiquities was studied, and a preliminary report is about to be published. This extraordinary assemblage includes objects made of organic materials, the only ones from a Cypriot archaeological context. There are wooden shovels, windlasses and pulleys, baskets and ropes. Together with Sturt Manning, we have been working with some difficulty because they're full of sulfur as well as carbon, so dating them is a little bit tricky. On the absolute dating of Cyprus's ancient mining industry through these artifacts, and the results are stunning. For example, this shovel dates to around 500 BC. An important project for the last 10 years has been the study of metallurgical assemblage from Enkomi excavated by Dikios. We have gone through every single tray in the storerooms of the Department of Antiquities from the excavations of Enkomi and have counted and weighed all metallurgical material. The metallurgical ceramics were studied by Dimitris Ioannidis for his doctoral research, while Andreas Haralambous analyzed the metal artifacts. Actually, Andreas Haralambous has, over the last 10 years that he has been working for the University of Cyprus, analyzed thousands of artifacts, helping us to understand the metalworking technology of Cyprus from the Chalcolithic to late antiquity. With Patrick de Grise, we have been working over the last few years on better defining the isotopic fingerprint of Cyprus by including in the already available database even more samples of copper, especially from slag heaps. And again, we have had some interesting results. For example, while investigating copper production in the Iron Age polity of Paphos in Cyprus, we included the results of lead isotope analysis of 2 lumps of copper found in Maria Iakovou's excavations at Palepaphos. These 2 lumps of copper were, if I go back, they were found in is this the top? Okay, right, back. Okay, these 2 lumps of copper were found, one in the workshops that she excavated, and the other one in the strata of this artificial mound that she has been excavated. And the lead isotope analysis showed that they come from Asgata, so copper from a mining region that belongs to the kingdom of Amathus is exported to the kingdom of Paphos. So we have here for the first time data for the internal trade of copper. A new direction in archaeometallurgical studies on the island we have taken is to record the modern history of copper mining through the personal archives of mining engineers who worked on the island and documents that are stored in the state archives or in the archives of the Pan-Cyprian Federation of Labor. We have collected a rich photographic archive which records the establishment of the mining industry in the 20s and 30s, and hopefully this will be presented in an exhibition and publication, and we have been talking about this, perhaps having an exhibition of these photographs in your center near Skouriotis. Finally, the belief that all this accumulated knowledge needs to be shared with the wider public led to a series of public outreach events. First and foremost is the creation of a museum for mining heritage at the village of Asgata through funding from the Interreg Greece-Cyprus 2014-2020 funding scheme. Within the framework of the same project, we have organized excursions to the mines for the wider public where they could learn something about this important aspect of Cyprus's ancient and modern history. Ladies and gentlemen, when Tilo asked me how long my presentation would be, I said 15 to 20 minutes, not more. Once I started writing it, I realized that even a brief history would need a much longer presentation. Inevitably, I have left some things out, and I have left projects by many other colleagues who have been working on the island. But then I would need a workshop a whole day. So let me close by saying this. A lot has already been done, but there is still a lot to do. I am very pleased indeed that there is a new generation of archaeological scientists working here at the Star Sea and at the ARU, and also in institutions abroad who will keep researching this fascinating aspect of Cyprus's ancient culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. It's time now for a coffee break. We will resume our program at 11 o'clock. Thank you for your attention. Acting Director of the Department of Antiquities. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ, Μαρή. Καλημέρα σας. Dear Mr. Leventis, Professor Reren, αγαπημένη μας Διευθύντρια, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I address this event celebrating 5 years from the establishment of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences at the Cyprus Institute. Undoubtedly, we all recall the enthusiasm of the scientific archaeological community both in Cyprus and abroad during the commencement of the activities of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences at the Cyprus Institute. The Department of Antiquities, back in 2018, had underlined its commitment to provide support to the Cyprus Institute, also within the sphere of the actions undertaken as part of the A.G. Leventis Chair. Today, I am pleased to see that our continuous collaboration has already produced invaluable outcomes for Cypriot archaeology and archaeological sciences in general. It is well known that the Department of Antiquities shares a strong connection with the Cyprus Institute, and specifically with STAR-C, the Science and Technology in Archaeology and Cultural Research Center, aiming at further developing archaeological research on the island. In particular, the Department of Antiquities, as the governmental department responsible for the control, management, protection, research, and promotion of the archaeological heritage of Cyprus, aims at establishing collaborations with leading institutions in the field of research and innovation, and applies state-of-the-art technologies not only to address research questions, but also as a means to address needs that relate to the management of the island's rich archaeological heritage. The application of such advances, and certainly such collaborations, largely contribute to the important mission of the Department of Antiquities. It is the outcomes of such collaborations that benefit and enhance heritage management, subsequently positively affecting and triggering sustainable development. In particular, at the Department of Antiquities, we currently monitor, manage, and preserve over 1,600 scheduled ancient monuments on the island, several more hundreds of unscheduled sites, according to the Antiquities law, as well as museums in all the cities and their broader districts. One of our primary objectives is also to protect all movable and immovable artifacts from illegal activities such as looting and trafficking, and promote research. It is needless to underline how important the scientific research focusing on the examination of the trace of ancient artifacts is, as also is the documentation and digital recording of all the associated attributes for safeguarding the archaeological heritage. One can understand the importance of the activities shared together with STAR-C and the Leventis Chair by considering the modern-day conditions and challenges, such as the economic and climatic crisis, natural and man-made disasters, and armed conflict. It is therefore of utmost importance to focus our efforts on preserving our cultural heritage by documenting, studying, and restoring the archaeological data, also by the use of high-end technology. Modern-day threats also imply the digitization of archival material in order to preserve this long-acquired knowledge for future generations and research. Moreover, the flood of building and constructing activities in our country necessitates the application of methods such as geophysics that will enable the understanding the character of sites and landscapes and define the research that needs to be undertaken and, of course, decision-making and management. Within this framework, the founding of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences is of exceptional importance as it highlights the support and direct involvement of the Anastasios G. Leventis Foundation in the development of archaeological research. At this point, I wish to express my gratitude to the A.G. Leventis Foundation for its diachronic support, long and strong collaboration with the Department of Antiquities, aiming at enhancing the available means for the protection of our cultural heritage, ranging from religious monuments to archaeological sites and other activities which promote the values of Cypriot archaeology internationally. Indeed, the establishment of the A.G. Leventis Chair in the Cyprus Institute has further expanded the Foundation's contribution to the island's cultural heritage by putting emphasis particularly on research. All these activities undertaken in Star C are of fundamental significance, particularly as they have already enabled research into major areas of archaeological scientific research, such as metallurgy, ceramic production, glass. These activities, as a whole, are key to the strategies of the Department of Antiquities. I'm pleased that we are in the position to work together with the Cyprus Institute towards their implementation. The continuous collaboration shared between the department and the Cyprus Institute is also supported by a signed memorandum of understanding between the two parties, thus enabling a number of activities involving archaeological sciences. The outcomes of all of these activities ultimately benefit heritage management and the work of the department. Another very important memorandum of understanding is the one signed between the Department of Antiquities, the Cyprus Police, and the Cyprus Institute, aiming at developing measures to address the illicit trafficking of antiquities program. Furthermore, a memorandum of understanding is signed with the Cyprus Institute, the Department of Forests and Cornell University for the establishment of the Cyprus Dendrochronology Laboratory. At this point, I should underline once more the developments already achieved through our collaboration with the Andreas Pitas Art Characterization Laboratories in the fields of archaeological sciences, digital cultural heritage, scientific visualization, bioarchaeology, and art characterization. The advances achieved within this framework form the basis for yet another significant collaboration between the Department of Antiquities, the Cyprus Institute, and the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation, and Digital Policy, this time within the context of European Research Infrastructure for Heritage Science, IRIS. Our aim, together with other EU member states and heritage organizations, is to develop a complete heritage science infrastructure and make Cyprus a regional hub within the broader network. Certainly, the scientific research that will be put forward in conjunction with the A.G. Leventis Chair will be pivotal also in this European framework. The results of the research undertaken as part of the A.G. Leventis Chair will certainly benefit yet another joint work, this time aiming at combating the impacts of climate change on cultural heritage in the framework of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative of the Republic of Cyprus. A most recent further step in our collaboration is an agreement which engages StarC laboratories in the creation of digital applications and 3D models for the needs of the new Cyprus Museum. Evidently, the overall results of such collaborations and projects support the Department of Antiquities' work in the sphere of archaeological research and management, conservation and protection of archaeological research. To sum up, I would like to underline that the department looks forward to future achievements in the fields of archaeological sciences, heritage monitoring, digitalization, and geophysical prospection, all of which are facilitated by such specialized laboratory infrastructure and interdisciplinary research. Please allow me once more to express my gratitude to the A.G. Leventis Foundation and its chairman, Dr. Tasso Leventis, for his generous and constant support. Indeed, the founding of this A.G. Leventis chair manifests the constant commitment and support of the foundation in the development and protection of the archaeological heritage of Cyprus. I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the results of this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Georgiou. The director of the Science and Technology in Archaeology and Culture Research Center, that is StarC, of the Cyprus Institute, Dr. Michel Menou, will deliver an introduction to the center.
So thank you, Maya. Dear Dr. Leventis, dear Director of A.G. Leventis Foundation, I'm not able to address the Deputy Ministry of Culture who left us. The former Deputy Ministry of Culture left us also, but I was very pleased to meet them. And also the Director of the Cyprus Institute. Dear Deputy Director of the Department of Antiquities, dear members of the Board of Trustees of the Cyprus Institute, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear guests. It's now my turn and true pleasure to welcome you today for the event celebrating the achievement of the 5 years of the A.G. Leventis Chair. And on behalf of StarC, I can easily state that it's a very special moment for us as the establishment of the Leventis Chair by the Leventis Foundation, and the growth under Thilo Rehrens has been a pillar for the successful development of StarC into a leading regional and European institution in the effective use of science and technology to study, analyze, preserve, and protect our cultural heritage. Representing StarC, I want to deeply thank the A.G. Leventis Foundation and its chairman, Dr. Tassos Leventis, as well Mr. George David, for their invaluable support. I also want to thank Professor Rehrens for his leadership and major contributions, both in his capacity as Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences and as StarC Director. I look forward to the rest of the conference, as well as tomorrow's presentations, and contribution, helping us to better appreciate the achievements and important potential of archaeological science in efforts to study and understand our past. So STARC was founded with a mandate to introduce and develop advanced science. I'm sorry, maybe it's this one. Yes. To introduce and develop advanced science and technology approaches, methods and applications to study the past. And here I put here the different vision of STARC and also the different mission. Let me emphasize that our center aims to act as an enabler to the effort of the Cyprus authorities, like the Cyprus Department of Antiquities and other local stakeholders such as the Church of Cyprus, museum, cultural institution and organization. Establishing a very broad network of collaboration and partnerships in Cyprus, the region and internationally is a priority of our strategic development. There is no time to discuss the long list of collaboration with top university research institutions and networks across the world, and I'm very happy that several of our key partners are with us today. Finally, I need to mention the area of research, education, and innovation, which are aligned with the mission of the Cyprus Institute, aspiring to help the transformation of Cyprus into an economy of knowledge and innovation. As I mentioned, STARC was launched in 2008, and in 2009 established a foundational partnership with the Centre de Recherche et de Restauration des Musées de France, headquartered at the Louvre in Paris, and it was renewed last year with the newly established Fondation des Sciences du Patrimoine, in which the C2RMF is one of the pillars. And here you have the different major steps of the history of STARC, the launch of a doctoral program in 2010, the MOU, which was mentioned by the Deputy Director of the DOA, the project Starlab, which has to be developed, a European structure, which was built thanks to European structural funds. And in 2018, we had two major donations, so the A.J. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Science and also the generous donation from the Andreas Pitas for the APAX lab. STARC research is driven by key themes and topics relevant to Cyprus and the EME region. As we heard yesterday from Professor Broadbank, it's very important to define and pursue these key questions and inquiries that can help us to bring together the humanities with science and technology. I'm listing here a selection of the main themes driven by driving STARC research, which I think shows well how broad our perspective and approach in our effort to study the past. The last one is also the development of tools and adapting the tools and the methods for developing the different researchers. And as an example, I would emphasize the new development of multi-sensor scanner. You can visit it when you will visit the STARC facilities. And it's a multi-mode scanner for scientific imaging of 3D heritage objects. It's a real prototype which has been performed thanks to a PhD student. And this device, transportable and non-invasive, can be useful for any kind of heritage artifacts and, of course, archaeological objects in 3D. So following that, the different instrumentation are listed in this slide, and we are able to build a cutting-edge set of equipments for the characterization of archaeological and cultural artifacts. Of course, our research efforts at Stasi rely heavily on our state-of-the-art infrastructure. This series of laboratories comprise an impressive unique in Cyprus and in the regions for archaeological and heritage science research. This is the list of the laboratory, and so, of course, everything relies on Stasi, and what I want to show here is different research focus on materials, monuments, and sites supported by the Stasi infrastructures. The key role of Leventis chair in archaeological science has to be highlighted with a scanning electron microscope, and of course. So Stasi has, for me, three main domains of interest: ancient materials and technologies, materiality and techniques in art and heritage, which comprises also the data management, and finally the ancient human in their environment. So for these purposes, Stasi develops facilities and laboratories which are put there. The Leventis chair in archaeological science with the scanning electron microscopes, the micro-CT with Biomera, the Andreas Pitas art characterization laboratory for analyzing and imaging all kinds of objects, and also the digital cultural heritage and the virtual environment lab, a laboratory for simulating built environment and urban heritage sites. So it's Stasi is also people. So we are at the moment 8 faculty members, and we are followed with a scientific expert panel which give us advice every year to be developed. The collaboration with the other center of the Cyprus Institute is, for me, also a key. Because we cannot work in isolation, and with the different center of the Cyprus Institute, like CASTOC, KRC, EWRC, and also the new Center for Innovation, and also the high performance computer facility, we have a strong collaboration. Of course, we are also involved in education, and in education, sorry. we, as it has been mentioned by Thilo and also emphasized by the Deputy Ministry of Culture, that means it's also one issue of our center. We have 34 students enrolled in STARC at the moment. We also have master students, and let me emphasize also the PLACE project led by Thilo and Maria Di Comitu is a Marie Curie ITN project, which is most important. So the next step for my conclusion, I want to put STARC in the future, but also in the concrete of the Cyprus domain. I want to emphasize that it's important to enhance and further develop STARC research scope and laboratory capacity, as has been mentioned by Thilo in his talk earlier, to answer to the needs of the Cypriot society. It was mentioned by our president, Professor Stavros Malas, and to answer to the different problems which are threats on the archaeological and cultural heritage. The climate change, the looting and illicit trafficking, which was mentioned by the Deputy Director of the Department of Antiquities. To contribute to strengthen STARC's ties with the Cyprus authorities, with the different cultural stakeholders in Cyprus, to consolidate and grow STARC inside the European and international context. And we are involved in different projects, ARIS, GPI, DAIA, and ECHOS. ECHOS is a new project developing a cloud for all the data concerning the cultural heritage, and also to provide training and education for the future generation in archaeology and heritage. This slide, I can comment it, but it needs a lot of time, is to emphasize that all this discipline and all this institution and consortia are working together in order to better understand the tracks of our past, and all this kind of data which are merged with the objects, whatever they are, archaeological artifacts, archaeological site, a museum, a church, a castle, or work of art, merged with the different data, built what we develop as a concept of augmented art object or art archaeological artifacts. And this is one of the major challenges of our discipline today. And STARC is at the forefront for that. Let me to thank you, and finalizing my talk, offering again my deeply thanks to the AG Leventis Foundation for his tremendous support to STARC, and I thank also all this, the people who were able to organize this conference. And of course, my congratulations to all the members of archaeological science. And I'm eager to attend the results that they achieved during these 5 years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Menu. One of the flagship research projects under the umbrella of the A.G. Leventis Chair involves the island of Keros in the Cyclades. The co-director of the project, Dr. Michael Boyd, will present to us the Keros project.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leventis, Professor Rerin, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is a distinct privilege indeed to be able to talk to you this morning about the work that we've been doing on the Keros project. And I should echo the sentiments of many of the speakers this morning. The support of the Leventis Foundation has been absolutely core to our work and certainly continues to be at the moment. Now, Keros is a small island located in the Cyclades. It's located right in the center of the Cyclades, as you can see. It came to attention, I suppose, in the 19th century through finds such as the one that you see on the right of the screen here. It's also been very much a focus of archaeological attention, and this is work that Professor Broodbank has done. We'll come back to that as we go on, in terms of connectivity of how an islandscape can be formed and how it works as people move through it. Here's the island of Keros itself. It's today uninhabited, and we're mainly interested in the western end of the island, although we've certainly looked at the whole island. And I should begin the whole story by referring to Colin Renfrew, who first went to Keros in 1963. He is always quite famous for beginning his lectures on Keros by saying, "When I first went to Keros in 1963," so I feel I must continue this tradition. But here we see him in the small museum on Koufonisi in 2019, speaking about the finds from Keros that were on display at that time. Now, here's what Colin saw in 1963. This is the area that we're interested in, but this had been subject to looting, so you can see that the whole area has been quite badly destroyed. Colin picked up a number of items on the ground. The objects that you see here are all marble, surprisingly. They're not, you might assume they're pottery, but they're actually all marble. And perhaps you can see in the center, does that work? Yes, you can see these are actually broken figurine fragments. So in the period since 1963, we've had a lot of thought, a lot of work on the Cyclades. Colin's own work in 1972, a very important book by Cyprian in 2000, both of which really in quite different ways emphasized how the third millennium is the most important period for understanding the beginnings of, I think, of the modern world. So I'm going to hopefully follow up on that big claim as we go on. So here we're looking at the area itself from above. The looted area is what we now call the Special Deposit North. This is the area of the looting. I'm going to talk first, very briefly, about this area, and then we'll move on to the small island of Vascalio. Colin organized a project 2006 to 2008 to excavate in the area that we now call the Special Deposit South. And from the very first day of excavation, the material that was found was unusual, it was strange, it was not what you would expect in an archaeological site. You see here three pieces of three different figurines, which are were lying very close to the surface. This is a sort of representative group of the material that was found, and sort of long story short, the material was all found not to have actually been broken on site. There was only really, in almost all cases, only one piece of each object present. So it's clearly material that has been brought in from elsewhere. And Colin Renfrew's theory, which I fully subscribe to, is that you would have a series of rituals on other islands where material would be broken, and a single piece would be selected for transport to Keros. It's not just figurines, it's a strange selection of material. It's figurines, it's broken marble vessels, it's two particular types of pottery vessel which were almost certainly used in drinking ceremonies, so we can imagine the kinds of ceremonies that would have been carried out and led to this breakage. But what's interesting about this table is how little we find of what you might expect to find as the ordinary, everyday, if it were an ordinary, everyday sort of site. So, a first glance at the map of the Cyclades, where we begin to think about how material is moving, and these circles were entirely derived from the circles in Cyprian's book, so we'll stick with the circles as we go through the lecture. The figurines and the pottery mostly coming from areas relatively close to Keros. Some materials, such as the obsidian, and some of the pottery coming from further afield. We turn now to the small island of Daskalio, and the important thing to have clear in your minds is that in the 3rd millennium BCE, the sea level was somewhat lower, and so you would have been able to walk from the Kavos area, the area on the left of the screen, to Daskalio, and very importantly, that means that you have a place where you can beach your boats, and you can do so either from the north or from the south, which makes it a sort of all-weather harbour. In 2007 to 2008, Colin conducted excavations on the summit of Daskalio. I was privileged to join the project in 2008. You see here the sort of architecture that was discovered on the summit. There, I should have said earlier, of course, no architecture at all in the areas of the two special deposits, so that's a clear point of contrast. Radiocarbon dates that were taken at the time established this sort of 500-year chronology from 2750 to 2250, with 3 phases determined by the pottery. And I'm very pleased to be able to show you today, for the first time, the new radiocarbon dates, which we've taken from the new project with our colleagues in Oxford, supported by Cyprian, I'm very glad to say, at the MacDonald Institute. So we've got about 55 new dates. We're still very much thinking these through, so I'm not going to try to give any definitive statements about them. I'm very much looking forward to discussing them with Sturts later. But we can say a few things. We think that Phase C probably ends a little bit later than we previously thought. We think that Phase A probably starts a little bit earlier. Maybe the most important thing is that the intensity of activity throughout the site is strongly now shown to start from the very beginning. So it doesn't have a sort of lag period, which maybe we thought before. We've completely changed our position on that, I think. Now, here's the work that was carried out in 2016 to 2018. The darker trenches are the ones from 2016 to 2018. You'll see that we deliberately chose to try to open up larger areas, and this photograph maybe gives you a sense of the scope and the scale of what we were trying to do. The idea was to understand how these very dense and complex structures actually were constructed, how they interact with each other, how routes of movement through the site may have operated. And the architecture which is currently under study at a PhD at the University of Aix-en-Provence, we have determined that in order to build on such a ridiculously steep islet, the only way to do it is to create terraces. And you see here the remnants of the terraces that we have traced, and this is what we think the original picture must have looked like. You have a series of these massive terraces, about 10 of them, going up the hill, which create the level spaces on which you can then build, but you have to, of course, create infrastructure to move in between those terraces. So just a very quick look at some of that. Here we have the route in from the causeway. The area of the entranceway to the site, which we excavated, is just so you can see there is there, leading up into the site between these walls. And then further up, much nearer to the summit, there's a major sort of entranceway there. And this analysis is by our wonderful PhD student, Marie Floquet. And she thinks there may be a bastion as part of this entranceway here. And that is just an image of what the entranceway actually looks like. And this picture, I hope, gives you just a sense of the scale and the scope. I hope you can see that starting from here and just coming all the way up, we have a clear orientation. Everything is built according to a preconceived plan. Perhaps it's clearer on this aerial photograph. It's underlined by the degree of the planning for the drainage, the planning for the streets. We believe that it is not simply the case that you decide to build another house because you need another house. We think this is a planned undertaking, and that's a very important conclusion to come to. It's a questionable one, so I'm happy to discuss it with anyone afterwards, but it is something about the nature of the site which I hope tells us a little about the sort of scale of what we're looking at. So these are the drainage systems found throughout the site. And the last point, which is a point that has long since been developed, but is very much worth repeating here, is that the buildings that were built on these terraces were, for the most part, built of marble, which was imported from Naxos, a distance of about 10 kilometers. And we calculate on a very conservative estimate, although it's obviously very hard to calculate, but on a conservative estimate, we think we're talking about 10,000 tons of marble. Now that's a lot of marble. So that brings me to the question of imports at Daskalio. You see the marble in the top left corner here, but really almost everything that you see on the screen here is imported. Evie pointed out to me last night when we reviewed the presentation that these are olive stones, which are not imported. They're from the island of Keros. So that we can remove that from the imports. But everything else is imported. We begin with the ceramics, which Thilo was emphasizing this morning. Cyprian emphasized yesterday the importance of petrography. And this work indeed began with Cyprian's work a long time ago on Keros. This is the work of Jill Hilditch. And it shows us the provenances from which the pottery comes, because there is no local pottery production on Daskalio. Everything is imported. And most of it, as you can see, comes from the three neighboring islands of Amorgos, Ios, and Naxos, but certainly not all of it. And that brings us back to this question of how we can understand how things and people move around in this islandscape. And it brings us back indeed to the question of the Keros Triangle, which Cyprian introduced in his 2000 book. So I've listed here some of the things that are coming in locally, but we shouldn't forget there's a lot of material, first of which is the metal, which is coming from more distant sources. So we'll come back to this figure later in the presentation, but this is just showing us the range of imports to Daskalio itself, and beginning to ask the question of what's local and what's regional. So that brings us to the metal, which is a great focus of this research institute. It's obviously Thilo Reren's great interest. It is surprisingly perhaps one of the most interesting aspects of the Keros story. It's not something that we had understood at the start. The sources of the metal are mainly going to be the 4 western islands that you see on the map here, the metal being brought to Keros. And this slide just summarizes the state of our knowledge at the moment. Astonishingly, we have evidence for smelting, which I'll come back to in a second. We have evidence for casting and artifact production all over Daskalio, not just in one place, but really almost everywhere that we excavate. And we even have, way up here on the coast, in the area that we now call Polygon 4, we have evidence for metalworking there, and very surprisingly, we have a fragment of a crucible which, when tested, had been shown to be used in gold working. So, surprising stuff happening on Keros. First of which, this was Myrto Georgakopoulou's PhD work, and I'll talk a little bit more about her in a second. The Kavos promontory area here, where the smelting took place. It really makes no sense at all to bring ore from the source island to Keros to smelt it in terms of efficiency. So we don't imagine, I mean, you can talk about the fact that there's air there. I mean, it's a nice windy place, and there's fuel available because there would have been, but that's true of a lot of places in the Cyclades. It must be the case that these were probably fairly small-scale activities that were done for performative reasons, which form part of the whole range of activities taking place in this very exciting area. Thilo and Cyprian both discussed Clark's story about how much we can actually learn. And I don't know whether we're at 0.1% or 1% or where we are, but I think it is very exciting how much we are able to learn about what's happening on Keros. So this is the work that was previously done. We can add this geochemistry work to that, which shows us clearly where that was happening, the smelting, I mean. And then on Daskalio itself, we have this dense set of buildings, which seem to be completely full of evidence for metalworking activity. So this slide sort of sums that up. We've got 3 sort of largish workshops. We've got lots of evidence of sort of debris and detritus elsewhere that presumably comes from crafting activity. We have gold, which until this work was done was almost entirely absent from the Cyclades. We have silver. We have both tin, bronze, and arsenical copper. And we have multiple, and this is very much the work that is being done at the moment, we have multiple processes going on. So actually characterizing those processes, maybe understanding if there are chronological differences or any other explanations as to why we have multiple processes is one of the questions that we have at the moment. This is just a snapshot of one of those workshops. This is the first sort of furnace that has been found in the Cyclades. This is a mold, a stone mold for a spearhead. And on the reverse, this little, it could be an object, but it may be just simply to put your spare metal, make it into a little ingot, put it aside, and then you can use it again later. And you see a sort of sketch reconstruction of this open air area, what it would have looked like. I hope you've already understood that this seems to be a very, in terms of the Aegean, I realize that on Cyprus the scale is entirely different, but in the Aegean, this is one of the major metalworking centers of the Aegean. We have 2 others. They're both basically about the same time, especially now with the slight change in dating with the radiocarbon dates. The Çukurçay-Höyük dates do overlap with our dates. So there's a lot of we need to look at the overlaps there more closely. And all of this work is being done here at the Cyprus Institute. Our dear colleague Mirto, I mentioned earlier, most of you will be aware, sadly died last year. But Thilo Rehren has stepped into the breach, and with his team, who you see on the screen here, we're going to conduct and complete all of these analyses. Analytically, this is the most challenging, but certainly the most interesting part of the project. And we're really pleased that we have found the solution to this in Star C. So this is the work that is ongoing at the moment. In terms of the scientific aspects of the project, we started entirely from digital. We're a born digital project. So we're not going to see all these videos, but the one on the left shows you recording as it is done in the field. There is no paper recording at all. And on the right, you see the use of photogrammetry for precision 3D recording. This was done on every single context that was excavated. And we have designed a single data management and analysis system based on 3D GIS, so that all of the excavation data and all of the specialist analysis data is contained within a single source of data, which we believe will lead to, let's say, a streamlined interpretive process, if that makes any sense. And we published this in 2021. It's one of the most read papers in the Journal of Field Archaeology. Finally, on the data capture, Yorgos Hartopoulos, I'm not sure if he's here, but he led the team which did the 3D reconstruction of the site, and that was showcased on the documentary, which I shall mention in a second. So, 2019 to 2021, a lot of the scientific work was done here under the auspices of the Urban Project. You've seen some of these people before. The others were part of the Urban Project. Mirsini Guma doing the micromorphology, Diego Capra working on the work stone. But the other major aspect of all the scientific work that we do is the environmental archaeology, which you've heard a lot about in previous talks. Evi Margaritis is the lead scientist on the entire environmental side. And we have a lot of techniques, many of which are based here, some of which are based in other labs, which are being carried out. And I won't say too much more about that just now, because Evi's going to mention it in a minute. But it does sort of lead into, I actually added this slide at 7 o'clock this morning, because, I mean, I didn't make it, I just copied it from another presentation. But since Cyprian was talking about yesterday about these circles, how far you can travel in a day, this sort of led us to ask ourselves, how can we better understand the place of Keros in its seascape? And so we created this survey landscape, which you see here. I'm not really talking about this because there's absolutely no time, but the important thing to take away from it is that we have identified a lot of early Cycladic, early Bronze Age activity, not only on Keros, but in the nearby islands, which allows us to begin to understand a lot more about how individual people lived their lives. And this is one of the questions that Thilo was asking this morning, because if you try to put together these different strands of evidence, what initially looks like a very strange and quite hard to understand site, if you put it within a broader context, you can see that it works in a system whereby people are moving around. 3 kilometers is not very far if the weather is fine. And you know, the time taken would probably be the same as the time to walk halfway across Keros anyway. So there's a lot more to be said about that. So there's this unusual site. Summing it up, on the Kavos side, we have the sanctuary, as Colin has described it, the area where these ritual depositions take place. On Daskalio, we have, from what we understand so far, we have a production center. That is primarily how we are understanding it. And of course, if material is produced, that means it is moving, it is going away, it is moving out. And so that brings us back to this slide, which I showed earlier, because this is showing us what's coming in. The question is, where is the material that's going out going? And that's a research question, I think, for the future. Now, the support of the Leventis Foundation has got us to this stage. It is supporting us through the publication process, which is the less exciting part in the sense that you're not discovering new things every day, but it is the part whereby we get all the information out into the public realm. This is our publication plan. These are just a smattering of the articles that many members of our team are working on. And just 2 words, I'm doing quite well on time, I think. 2 words on the impact of the project. First of all, we don't claim that Keros is an urban society, but we do think that it has characteristics which point us in the direction of incipient urbanization, and that really points us at the great turning points in human history. So that obviously happens earlier elsewhere in the Mediterranean. We've read about that, certainly in one particular large volume recently. But in the Aegean, you've got some of this happening on Crete, but at Keros, the great thing is that we can study this without having any second millennium material sitting on top of the third millennium material. So these characteristics, regional centralization, exceptional reach, intensification, aggrandizement, ritual, and identity, I think are all very much supported by what we found, and they're very much our sort of aim for study as we go on. And then understanding the drivers of change. So we sort of say what has happened. Well, then the question is how is that happening? And this is perhaps an update of the famous 1972 multiplier figure from Collins' book, just understanding it in a slightly different way, understanding how all these different factors leads to the transformation in society that we see. So just one word on social impact. Keros has been a visible project. We've had 2 documentaries. On the right, you see the Greek Minister of Culture opening the exhibition of the Keros project in Athens. Excuse me. And then for the future, we're very much focused on the publication of the site at the moment, but we have one eye on the future. Only about 10% of Daskalio itself has been excavated. There are other things going on there that we don't know about, which we need to begin to find out about in order to round out the picture. So we're currently working toward new research questions and new research aims, and we will be hopefully putting together a program in the next couple of years to begin further work on Keros. Everyone so far who's spoken has mentioned collaboration. This is an immensely collaborative project. This slide appears and you think, wow, look at all those people, but actually that's only the surveys. There's the excavation team. It's a vast group of people, many scientists working together to allow me to stand here with this sort of interpretation that I'm offering. So I'd like to thank everyone and thank again Mr. Leventis for the key support that we've had to get us to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Dr. Evi Margaritis, Associate Professor at the Cyprus Institute and prominent archaeobotanist, will present to us the environmental history and agricultural practices of Mediterranean islands, evidence from archaeobotany.
Thank you very much, Maria. I would like to start by relating with what Minister Kassianidou said about the Leventis Foundation scholarships, because I was awarded one for my master's. And that was when everything happened, when I went to Sheffield. And I fell in love with ancient seeds, which was, I didn't expect that I would, but I did. I think that the title is misleading because I'm not going to go in any details about this, but I'm going to show you how we approach island archaeology from the archaeobotanical point of view. So here we are. We're not focusing on large buildings. We're not focusing on metals. We're not focusing on what you're actually seeing at the excavation. We're focusing on what I want, sometimes I call the invisible archaeology, because these minute seeds, you cannot find them unless you sample extensively in the field. Or, as you can see here, these are starch granules, which they're completely invisible, and we have actually to recover them from the field. Here we are, what we're doing. Apart from the sampling that we have to do in the field, then we have to have the necessary reference collections to actually compare what we find at the ancient record and compare it with the modern plants. And I'm very happy to say that we are collaborating with the Leventis Botanical Garden, and we are thinking of actually digitalized your reference collection. It's a very good one, so we can have a common reference collection in a digital form on a national level. Here it is my Simos Ginoudis, that he's going to join us very shortly at StarC in October, where he recovers plant remains. For those people that they don't know, and I'm sure that you don't know how we recover plant remains, we take the sediment from the excavation, we put it in a barrel with water, and because the plant remains are charred, they float, we collect them, and we look at them in the field. And here is the hands of Kyriaki Tsirtsi, our postdoctoral fellow, who is extracting starch granules from pottery. And actually, pottery is from Alabra that Lindy is excavating. And it's how we are getting the information. And sometimes we have this kind of results. That this is for figs and grass peas from Soli, and this is with a collaboration with the Department of Antiquities. But sometimes we're not that lucky, and we don't have that much, that good of preservation. Now, I'm going to touch upon two case studies, and I'm going to follow for what Michael was saying about Keros and see how we approach, or at least how we think that how the site was working on the basis of food production. So one key question was what was produced, stored, and consumed. That's not an easy question, especially for the production, because mainly what you find at sites is the discard, the remnants of consumption rather than production. But it's a key point where the food was produced. Here, we found a variety of plant remains at Keros, and I always mention that because I don't know why it strikes me. This is coriander seeds. And we haven't found coriander seeds in Cyprus, which is like our condiment here, but I hope that at some point we're going to find. But we have found the usual suspects at Keros, like cereals and pulses, a lot of pulses, and these goes hand in hand on what is happening in the Cyclades at the moment, because they have a lot of pulses. We don't find this kind of condiment, so maybe they were having a little bit of extra cuisine there. And of course, we have found fruit trees: grapes, figs, almonds, olives. We have found them not only as seeds, but as processed food as well. So we have found split peas that somebody had actually done that to create a dish. Just to make a point that archaeobotanists and archaeologists in general, we use agricultural practices or technological practices of the recent past to reconstruct what was happening in ancient times. And actually, it's very, very informative because all these stages that you can see here, they are potentially identifiable at the archaeological record. So you know that what you find is possibly the remnants of sieving of the cereals that they were having at Ascalio. What is very important also to note about Keros is that and Michael didn't mention it because I would mention it, is that on every building that we have, we don't have the usual domestic kit. When you go in an early Bronze Age Cycladic house, like Atios, for example, there you find the hearths, you find the groundstone tools for the processing of the food. At Keros, we don't have that. We don't have any hearths, which is surprising because at least you need hearths. The hearths that we have found are metallurgical, so they're not related to food production. According to our colleagues that they are studying the groundstone tools, most of the groundstone tools is about metalworking, and recently we have leatherworking as well. So these are very exciting, but it comes back to the question, what were they eating? Or the products that they were at Daskaliou, were they there, they were cultivating in the area, or they were brought from somewhere else that we don't know where from. For this question, to answer this question, we're going to do isotope analysis as well and see if we can detect where they were coming from or what kind of farming practices the fields that they were grown at they had. I have this is Messaoura, this is Cyprus. Just to make a point that this is not the landscape of Keros. This is the landscape of Keros. And most of the Cyclades are like that. So the question again, and we go back to what Cyprian was saying about connectivity and about islands. We have around, as you saw at Michael's presentation, we have different islands, small and larger, around Keros. But all of them have early Bronze Age habitation. So we cannot say that, yes, maybe Keros was they were cultivating the land of Koufonisi, which is very close. We have to think bigger because is there a food network that actually people are exchanging or bring things in? This is a key point to understand not only the agricultural history of the site, but how the site was working, how it was organized. We think, well, but it has crossed our mind that it was a seasonal habitation there. People were coming and going, but then we have the metallurgical workshops there. Was it only, Daskaliou was an island that we had only craft production, and they had something, the food was not that elaborate. And I'm going, how do I go back? Sorry. Yes, I'm going back to that point because if we don't find, and we don't have a lot of plant remains on Keros, we don't. Maybe they were producing food that it was easy to make. So they have some cereals, they're roasting them, they're eating them, or they're making something like, look, this is a hearth, this is from the ethnographic record. You're not going to find that archaeologically very easily and say, oh, this is a hearth. So maybe they were doing this kind of processes, and they had something, as I said, fast food there at Daskaliou. So we're moving to a bigger island, two bigger islands, our own Cyprus and Crete, but to ask again the same questions and how people were making their living, because as Tilo said, it's all about human activity and human production. So we're going to Crete and Cyprus. This is a project that is called Medis Food, Mediterranean Island Life Modes, funded by the Research and Innovation Foundation and the Leventis Foundation. And what we wanted to do is compare Crete and Cyprus, which are similar in size, and we see that if they go hand in hand in the developments during the Bronze Age, so the third and the second millennium. And I want to stress here, and I take pride on that for Cyprus and this project, we're collaborating with all these universities. And this is only Cyprus and Crete for this project. We're collaborating very closely with the Department of Antiquities and the Cypriot American Archaeological Research Institute. And this is not exhaustive. The other thing that we take pride is that in every site that we're going to collaborate, we're trying to bring in other members of STARC. So if Effie is asked to do the analysis of human remains, or Angelos analysis of animals' remains, we're trying to all collaborate so we have a synthetic result about sites. Coming back, though, to Medis Food, these are the sites that we're collaborating with in Cyprus for the project. And I'm going to touch upon only to make 2 points. If you compare Bronze Age Crete and Cyprus, and this is only the legumes that they were consumed, you can see that the Cypriot farmers were a little bit more conservative than the Minoan ones, because they had the same kind of species or categories of legumes, while for a long time. While in Crete, you had changed, they had introduced other species. So they were experimenting more. In Cyprus, we were more conservative. Agriculture is a conservative field anyway, but in Cyprus, it took us a while to go out of it. And just to mention the cash crops, and with cash crops I mean olive and grape here, and here is what we have in Crete, which you see all this an emergence of the production and consumption of olive oil and grape. Here is a colleague of ours, and I just want to mention that Papadiokabos is a site in East Crete, where they have this vat for winemaking. Inside we have remnants of charred grape seeds and a complete charred blackberry, which is, for me at least, it's an indication that they were putting it in the mast either to raise alcohol content or for color. I don't know. I wasn't there to see what they wanted to do, but I think that it makes sense. And of course, here we have, of course, the material culture that is connecting from Pyrgos and Alassa with wine and olive oil production for Kalamazovos and Maroni, but we also have complete raisins from Agios Ozomenos and Despopilidis excavations when she was excavating the site until recently. The other thing that we're trying to do, and this is actually something that is important for the wine makers and the olive oil producers of Cyprus, with a method that is called morphometric analysis, and I'm not going to bore you with that. We're trying to see if the ancient varieties of grapes and olives that we find at the excavations have any connection with actually the varieties of Cyprus that we have today. And we think that Marathetico was a strong candidate for antiquity as well. Now, I said that as archaeologists, we focus on human activity and human processes and technologies. So a lot of these, you can see here that the practice that they were doing here, which is from an ancient vessel, is quite similar of what people were doing until like 20 or 30 years ago, and in some cases nowadays. So we go back to this ethnoarchaeological work, and this again is for olive oil production, to try and understand what we find during the excavation, because things do not change that much in agriculture. So we want to connect the past with the recent present, and we want to focus as this is the work that we want to do not only as archaeological science group at STARC, but as a work across STARC. We want to focus on rural heritage. And rural heritage is extremely important. It was actually recognized by IOCOMOS only in 2017 as a different sub-discipline. And of course, it has to do with all the structures related to husbandry and agricultural practices. And we don't want only to record the tangible rural heritage. We want to go beyond the building, and you want to go to the communities and actually see what we can do with them. What our aim is to revisit and record the tangible rural heritage of Cyprus, safeguard the living intangible heritage of Cyprus, and by living intangible heritage, I mean all the knowledge that people of specific generation have about past agricultural practices, that they are dying, and they are going to die with them, with a certain generation. And by that, I don't mean only the agricultural practices, but the fishing heritage of Cyprus, the culinary heritage of Cyprus, and of course, endangered crafts. We have people that when they die, their crafts are going to die with them. And I think we need, and it's our obligation to safeguard this heritage, to protect the biodiversity of the island and record it, and ask very, very specific questions that they are going to actually ask specific questions from the archaeological record, like how people reached food security in the past, how people of Daskaliou lived, their resilient mechanisms, their buffering mechanisms, and with this, when we understand what was happening in antiquity, because people were reacting to crisis for millennia, and we have to actually learn from them, or to climate change for millennia, and we have to learn from them. And if we ask the right questions, we're going to learn from the past for a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evie. It is now time to hear from the AG Leventis Fellows. Dr. Anna Spirou will present her project, Areti, Unraveling the Genetic, Economic and Cultural History of Cattle in Cyprus. Anna, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the celebrations of the 5 years of AG Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences. In my turn, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Leventis and the Foundation for supporting my project, Areti, as well as other projects that aim to promote archaeology, biodiversity conservation, and cultural heritage in Cyprus and beyond. I'm very glad to be able to share with him and all of you today the most recent work that has been done on Areti, a 2-year project that explores the long common journey of humans and cattle on the island of Cyprus. Areti, which in Greek means virtue, is the acronym for the project's full title, Animals Resilient in Time. The project utilizes a cross-disciplinary approach by weaving together evidence from different fields and disciplines in order to provide a better understanding of the cultural history, ecological value, and lineage of the Cyprus native cattle breed and contribute to its conservation. Areti is based on a strong collaboration between the Cyprus Institute, the Cyprus Agricultural Research Institute, and the Smurfit Institute of Genetics. I have the luck and honor to collaborate for this project with Dr. Georgia Hajipavlou, who is with us today. The idea for this project was born 4 years ago when Georgia and I have met and started discussing about a collaborative project that would focus on cattle. The other collaborator is Daniel Bradley, professor in population genetics at Trinity College. Cattle have been the protagonist of my zooarchaeological research for the last 6 years, and there are many reasons why I have been attracted to these large and multifunctional animals. Humans and cattle have a long and fascinating history of interactions on the island of Cyprus, which begins during the 8th millennium BC and continues until the present day. Cyprus is the only island in the Eastern Mediterranean that experienced the disappearance of cattle for reasons that still remain unknown. Cattle are reintroduced on the island during the early Bronze Age from migrant communities from Anatolia, along with the introduction of the plough, while from the late Bronze Age onwards, cattle are invested with high symbolic significance. Most importantly, Cyprus has its own local cattle breed, which has been the backbone of the island's rural economy until the 1960s, and which is currently at high risk of extinction. In contrast to the exotic and highly productive cattle that dominate Cyprus today, the island's indigenous cattle population is characterized by low productivity. However, native cattle have some unique qualities that are decisive for the adaptation of agriculture into future challenges, including their low nutritional requirements, their ability to restore habitats through grazing, and most importantly, their adaptation to local climatic conditions. Here you can see how rapidly the native cattle population has been decreased, especially from 1965 onwards, due to several socioeconomic factors, with the mechanization of agriculture acting as a catalyst. Things have been slightly improved during the last couple of years with the establishment of the Breeders' Association in 2020 and the provision of small subsidies by the government. But the conservation of a local breed requires more than financial support. It requires that its importance and value in society is widely understood and recognized. It also requires a culture and a community where animals are evaluated, cared for, and used in a sustainable manner. How could then zooarchaeology, a subfield of archaeology that studies animal remains from archaeological sites, contribute to the conservation of the Cyprus native cattle, but also to the conservation of other native animals threatened by extinction, such as the goat of Macheras and the fat-tailed sheep? As you can see in the picture of the project's logo, R&D is based on the synergy between zooarchaeology and conservation biology. The two disciplines share the same focus, which is the way human societies utilize and manage their natural resources, in our case, animals. Zooarchaeology stands in a unique position because it can provide long-term records about past human and animal interactions and can unveil critical information about how historically significant events like human migrations, environmental and climatic constraints, as well as human adaptation and innovation have impacted the genetic structure, the geographical distribution, and the cultural history of animals. Our work focuses on 6 main areas, which include the zooarchaeological study of cattle bone assemblages, the application of ancient and contemporary cattle genomics, the collection of historical data, the anthropological work done with the breeders and old generation farmers, and lastly, public engagement. In the remaining time, I will present the progress that has been made so far in these 6 areas. Now, to explore the role of cattle during historical turning points, we studied cattle bones from several archaeological sites spanning the early Neolithic to the Roman times. We recorded several interesting parameters on the bones, including cut marks, pathologies, and post-mortem artificial modifications. An observation that is worth mentioning is that cut marks, which are usually related to the slaughtering of animals for meat consumption, are becoming extremely rare from the early Bronze Age onwards. In addition, the majority of cattle have died old, and there is a very large number of exostosis on cattle phalanges, that's the cattle toe bones, and these exostoses are usually related to the use of animals during heavy activities. So all these different sources of evidence suggest that cattle in prehistoric and later historical Cyprus were mainly used in agricultural activities and as beasts of burden. And of course, this has not changed dramatically in pre-industrial times. As Panagiotis Genadios, the first director of agriculture in Cyprus, highlights, the Cypriot peasants were avoiding beef and cow milk, and they were considering the killing of a cow or an ox as an act of sacrilege. Excuse me. An important question that the project is also seeking to address is the timing of the first migration event for the arid-adapted Bos indicus, or zebu cattle, that originates from South Asia and is distinguished by its highly pronounced hump. Two recent genomic studies show that the island's indigenous cattle population possesses a strong Bos indicus or zebu cattle ancestry. These genetic finds could explain some of the animal's phenotypic features, such as the hump, the dewlap, the pendulous ears, the excess of skin near the navel area, and the animal's tolerance to the hot and arid conditions of Cyprus. But at the same time, they raised a number of different questions about the antiquity, the place of origin, and the incentives for the introduction of zebu to Cyprus. Indirect evidence for zebu in prehistoric Cyprus exists in the form of terracotta and bronze figurines with a characteristic hump. The earliest date for the appearance of these figurines is the end of the Late Bronze Age, a period of major historical significance for the Eastern Mediterranean world, associated with the collapse of powerful empires, the decline of interregional trade, the abandonment of large urban centers, crop failures, and famine. Integrated paleoclimatic and archaeological data from several parts of the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean, including Cyprus, demonstrated a causal link between the late Bronze Age crisis and a severe long-term drought event. Considering that Cyprus is located in an area that is and has always been vulnerable to climate change, it would be interesting to explore further the link between the introduction of zebu and past climatic shifts. And of course, we needed to move beyond iconography and find more direct evidence for the physical presence of zebu. The best and most secure way to do this was through the application of paleogenomics. With the help of paleogeneticists, we targeted the petrous part of the temporal bone and the cementum layer that is preserved in the roots of cattle teeth that tend to yield the highest proportions of endogenous DNA. We were aware of all the limitations associated with the preservation of ancient DNA in areas like Cyprus, but at the same time, we should try. As expected, our early Neolithic samples did not yield significant DNA proportions. However, we have a couple of petrous bones from late Bronze and early Iron Age sites that yielded enough DNA to allow us to analyze the whole cattle genome. Victoria Mullen, an expert in paleogenomics, is currently sequencing our data, and I hope to have some good news in the next couple of days. Along with the zooarchaeological and paleogenomic studies, our work also focuses on the collection of blood and nasal swab samples from a small population of animals belonging to the Cyprus native cattle breed. This study will provide an opportunity to characterize on a much larger scale than before the island's local cattle population, understand better some of its ancestral traits, and establish a new place for it in scientific research and in modern agriculture. A crucial component of our work is the collection of historical data retrieved from agricultural journals, magazines, and books of travelers who visited the island during the 19th century. Interesting is the story of Mrs. Esme Scott Stevenson, a British lady who was struggling to find beef on the island. In order to understand better the profiles of the people who are involved in the conservation of the breed, a questionnaire was prepared and given to all registered breeders. The questions focus on the main reasons for keeping native cattle, the pros and cons of these animals, as well as the breeders' ideas for improving governance structures. And here I would like to thank Mr. Yorgos Papageorgiou, veterinarian, for putting us in contact with all these breeders. One of the most interesting patterns arising from these questionnaires is that most breeders believe that the island's native cattle is very ancient. We want to make sure that all the information gathered during the project is made publicly available through educational activities, collaboration with local craftspeople, and the production of a documentary. The conservation of a local breed is not an easy and straightforward task. It needs coordinated efforts from different stakeholders, including breeders, researchers, activists, policymakers, and the wider public. Through this cross-disciplinary work, we hope to contribute to these efforts and to the creation of a culture where animals are not only evaluated in relation to what they produce, but also for their ecosystem services, the cultural values and the long-standing traditions with which they are linked to. Areti has just completed its first year, and there is another year to go, but I would like to believe that this is just the beginning. One of the project's biggest achievements is the creation of a strong network through collaborations with other research teams, associations, and NGOs like the BirdLife Society that will hopefully serve as a platform for discussing bigger joint projects, especially in the context of the EU's biodiversity strategy for 2030. There are many people that I would like to thank individually, but I'm afraid that there is not enough time. But I would like to express my gratitude again to Dr. Leventis and to Professor Thilo Reren for supporting me here all these years. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And from zooarchaeology, we are moving to ceramic studies. Our colleague, Dr. Jelena Živković, who will present to us her study on ceramic workshops of the early modern Mediterranean, breaking new ground with archaeological science.
Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to have this opportunity to present my research project on ceramic workshops of the Eastern Mediterranean that has been generously funded by the Leventis Foundation. The early modern history is usually seen to span between the 15th and 19th centuries. In the Eastern Mediterranean, this was the time of Ottoman conquest and integration of new territories into the empire, which altogether triggered a complex process of cultural change. Although Cyprus and Thessaloniki, the two case studies of this research, were conquered in different historical phases during the 15th and 16th centuries, like the rest of Southeastern Europe, they were exposed to migrations that resulted in population changes, Islamization, and development of cultural syncretism through new socioeconomic networks. This connectivity gave birth to the modern and cosmopolitan Mediterranean identity that we see clearly by the 19th century. Thus, understanding how this process unfolded presents one of the key questions of early modern archaeology. I wanted to explore this change beyond the center-periphery narrative that emphasizes the agency of Ottoman elites who modified urban spaces to project their power and their view of the new world. Churches converted to mosques and newly founded commercial buildings testify to that. Instead, this project centers on ceramic workshops and aims to explore how potters share the knowledge on production technology in times of change. These potters were common artisans of the empire, and their agency is representative of local Mediterranean communities that often remained invisible in written sources. However, this proved to be a challenging task simply because we don't know much about ceramic workshops, starting from their locations. Also, ceramics manufactured in those workshops have not been systematically studied before, and glazed tableware was favored in general. To come to this privileged position to study ceramic workshops, I was forced to address numerous challenges of the field. And in this phase of research, collaborations with the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus and the Ephorate of Antiquities of Thessaloniki have been crucial. I would like to thank my colleagues, Polina Christofi and Konstantinos Raptis, for their support. For several months, I studied thousands of broken ceramic vessels from Thessaloniki, Ayanapa, and Nicosia. They were classified, quantified, documented, and recorded into the Cyprus Ceramic Reference Collection. This collection presents the first database of early modern ceramics in Cyprus and in the Eastern Mediterranean. It will be open to researchers in the coming months in both online and physical forms. It also presents the first outcome of this research and will have significant impact on future studies of ceramic distribution, consumption, connectivity, and trade networks in the Eastern Mediterranean, to mention some. I used this database to filter out ceramics that were most likely local to Thessaloniki and Cyprus, which was the aim of my study. 450 samples were selected for scientific analysis, aiming to reconstruct the production technologies and provenance. Using 3 different methods of analysis, the study offered for the first time the long-term patterns of the exploitation of raw materials and production sequences that can be related to ceramic workshops, as I will try to demonstrate. With the application of archaeological science, the study managed to give insight into the dynamic of ceramic workshops in the early modern Eastern Mediterranean. I will highlight some major results, starting from Thessaloniki, where 2 phenomena can be used to describe the ceramic production in this major city of the Eastern Mediterranean. The first concerns the continuity of glazed tableware production that lasted for at least 7 centuries. Late Byzantine workshops were well known for the production of glazed graffito tableware. And after the Ottoman conquest in 1430, the same workshops continue producing glazed tableware, but of different decorative styles. Medallions and birds were replaced with more abstract motifs or simple monochrome glazes. And in the 18th and 19th centuries, this repertoire extended once more to meet new consumption trends in the city. While decorative styles were changing, the production technology remained the same. And this continuity is visible in the exploitation of same raw material sources located just out of the city, clay treatment, but also slip and glaze recipes and firing methods. In a paper that will hopefully be published soon on this topic, I suggested that this production can be associated with the local Greek community of Thessaloniki that lived in the city prior to the conquest. And while this potting community was quite flexible in meeting new consumption demands of the urban population, they carefully treasured their knowledge on production technology and were successful in transmitting it from one generation to next. The second phenomenon that characterizes the ceramic production in the Ottoman period is diversity of technological choices. Immediately after the conquest in 1430, a new ceramic workshop emerged in the city, specialized in the production of coarse pottery, mostly cooking pots and storage vessels. Potters of this workshop used 2 different types of clay, mixed them together, and added coarse limestone into it. This specific technological choice was in a way their signature, and thanks to it I was able to identify this workshop. Then in the 18th and 19th centuries, we see another workshop. This one produced all sorts of pottery, glazed, coarse, and also tobacco pipes. Tobacco smoking was the most important social activity of the late Ottoman Empire, and it comes as no surprise that local workshops picked up on this trend. However, this is the first evidence we have that both common pottery and tobacco pipes were made at one place using one technology. In this workshop, potters also used a specific method of clay refinement to produce all these objects. I think that the emergence of new technologies and new workshops in the city do reflect the cultural change, population change that happened in Thessaloniki after 1430, because these practices were obviously different from the first one that I showed at the beginning. In Cyprus, the analytical results suggest that at least 3 production centers were active in the early modern period. The first one was located in the village of Lapitos on the northern coast, where workshops specialized in the production of glazed tableware were active since the 14th century. I see no changes in the production technology following the Ottoman conquest. Vessels were still made from fine calcareous clay that was local, and the vessels were decorated with quartz-rich slips, painted in green and covered with lead glazes. This result suggests that the potting community of Lapitos was not affected with the Ottoman conquest or changes that came after that moment, such as migrations from Anatolia and other social changes. And in fact, I think that their products were so popular on the island, the potters saw no need to change anything in their repertoire of production. A slightly different pattern is visible in the case of rural workshops of Troodos Mountains. This is also a long-term production that started at least in the medieval period, but in the late Frankish and Venetian periods, they centered on the production of cooking pots. In the Ottoman period, there is a dramatic increase in the use of jugs, especially in urban centers, and these workshops followed that trend, which affected the production technology because a new modeling technique was introduced. At the same time, we see the diversity in the exploitation of raw materials associated with Troodos. Coarse pottery consumed in Paphos, Ayia Napa, and Nicosia were made of clays that were exploited at different locations around Troodos. And finally, the third production center was located on the eastern coast. At least 3 workshops can be distinguished. Each of them specialized in the production of various pottery, glazed, coarse, and tobacco pipes starting from the 18th century. This pattern of diversity is very interesting because we have already seen it in the case of urban production of Thessaloniki, but also some other urban centers of the Ottoman Empire. I think that at least one of these workshops can be associated with Famagusta, either the urban core of Famagusta or villages around the city. For the other 2, I still don't have evidence about production centers, but this is the work in progress. In any case, I think whether these workshops were part of urban production of Famagusta or villages around the city, it is obvious that the production was arranged in a way to serve the urban population of Famagusta and Nicosia. The diversity clearly suggests that. So I think in this case, we see that the Ottoman integration and their presence of the Ottoman administration and military in two major urban centers did affect some of the production centers on the island, and that these workshops on the eastern coast were integrated into the new Ottoman system. Finally, I would like to mention that the public outreach presents the third pillar of this project, in addition to the generation of new knowledge and skills. The Ottoman period heritage can be seen as sensitive in Cyprus and in the region in general, but I believe that thanks to the approach taken in this project, a new message can be communicated about the value of this heritage for local communities. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Helena. An important component of our activities as scientists is the dissemination of our work, not only to the academic community, but also to the wider public. Dr. Efi Nikita, Associate Professor at the Cyprus Institute, will talk to us about archaeological science outreach and dissemination. Efi, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us in this celebration. I will not present any research here. I will be presenting research we do tomorrow, so don't go anywhere, don't miss it. But for now, I will present our collective activities, initiatives for outreach and dissemination. So I will show you how we have communicated our research with the rest of the academic community, but also with different members of the general public in Cyprus and also internationally. I will actually start with dissemination and then move on to outreach, but I leave the fun part last. And I will keep it very brief because we're close to lunch break, I understand. So, with regard to dissemination, I would like to start with our flagship conference, the International Congress on Archaeological Sciences in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. The first ICASEME conference was actually organized over 10 years ago by our colleague Kirsi Lawrence at the time. But when Tilo joined STAR-C as the AG Leventis chair, we decided to revive this initiative and establish it as a regular event in the region. So we held the first ICASEME conference in this new format in 2019, and the second one at the end of the COVID pandemic in 2022. You can see here some key statistics about these conferences. In summary, we had over 100 contributions, mostly from the region, but also internationally. The participants represented over 20 nationalities, and additionally to having many happy participants, as you can see in this photograph, from 2019, because in 2022 we were all wearing masks, so you cannot see how happy we were. The proceedings of these two conferences were published at the Journal of Archaeological Science Reports, a very well-esteemed international journal in our field. So this gave even extra visibility to this event. And I would like to stress that this was not a conference just for the archaeological sciences. It is a conference that represented the entire STAR-C. So we had multiple sessions that thematically covered all the different areas of research that take place here. And of course, it was organized in collaboration with the Archaeological Research Unit of the University of Cyprus and CARI, the Cyprus American Archaeological Research Institute. Now, stay tuned, because in the fall of 2024, we should have ICASEME 4 taking place. Regarding publications, Dr. Leventis mentioned earlier almost 200 publications. We are very close. So in the last 5 years, we have published 96 scientific papers at peer-reviewed international journals, 57 book chapters, and a number of books that I will briefly show in the following slides. This is a very high number of outputs, especially considering that we are a rather small group of scholars. Most of these papers, of course, have been published in collaboration with colleagues from the Department of Antiquities, from the university, and internationally. But we are very, very proud of these publications because a very large number of them was led by the younger members of our team, by PhD students, postdocs, and other early career researchers. So we are investing a lot in fostering new talent. Now, I would particularly like to highlight, in terms of publications, the second edition of the Encyclopedia of Archaeology by Elsevier, which is edited by 2 members of our team. It will be published this November. It will make a fantastic Christmas gift for the entire family. Okay. No, it won't. But what I would particularly like to stress here is that contrary to the first edition, which was very strongly dominated by Anglo-Saxon researchers, more than 90% of the entries were written by scholars in the USA and UK. In the second edition, we tried very, very hard to have authors who represent the global practice of archaeology. You can see in this map the affiliation of the authors, not necessarily their nationality. So there are some gaps. We still have a long way to go, but we are in the right direction. So in the third edition, in 10 years' time, we will be better, even better. Now, I mentioned a series of books that we have also published here in StarC. All these publications are open access. I would like to highlight particularly the Field Sampling for Laboratory Analysis in Archaeology guide. This is an edited volume by over 20 leading scholars in paleoproteomics, ancient DNA, isotopes, different types of archaeological materials have contributed chapters. The aim is to show how we can minimize data loss in the field. So what kind of analysis can be, specialized analysis can be conducted on different types of materials, and therefore how we can do the sampling during the excavation, how we should handle these samples before they go for this specialized analysis to make sure that we maximize the information extracted from them. Again, everything is open access. And this is available in English, Greek, and Arabic. Additionally, we published a guide on the quantitative analysis of archaeological remains, how to do statistical analysis, and a series of guides on the analysis of human skeletal remains. These works, although they have been pretty recently published, they have been downloaded by over 25,000 scholars worldwide, according to Academia Edu and ResearchGate. And we have received very enthusiastic feedback about them from colleagues from different contexts. In addition, we have created a series of online databases for the promotion of the archaeological sciences in the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. We started with 2 bibliographic databases, BiblioArc and BiblioArc Italia, where basically we compiled the bibliographic information on all papers and other publications on human skeletal remains from our region. And then we organized them by period, theme, methodology, time period, etc. Why did we do that? Because we realized that there has been a lot of rich research in the area, but it is being buried and hidden by to international scholars. Why is this? Because a lot of this research and the rich data it has generated have been published as graduate theses, in appendices, in bigger monographs, and they have also been published, most of them in Greek, Turkish, Hebrew, Arabic, etc. So when you look at Google Scholar to see, for instance, osteoarchaeology, Eastern Mediterranean, you just get English language books. So a lot of the very important research that has happened over the years is invisible. So that's what we wanted to amend with these bibliographic databases, make them more discoverable. And we are currently working towards similar initiatives in archaeobotany and zooarchaeology. In collaboration with Patrick de Gries at KU Leuven, Patrick, stop looking at your phone. Λοιπόν, we created we created this rhizomet, okay? So this database where we compiled all published strontium isotopic values across the Mediterranean. Strontium isotopes are very important in order to study paleomobility. We can assess how many individuals are local or non-local in a location, but also they are very important in provenance analysis to see where different raw materials came from. So particularly for the Mediterranean, where we heard of, since yesterday we have been hearing how interconnected this area has been, these kind of data are very, very important in addressing questions like that, questions of connectivity and networks. More recently, we started using machine learning in order to estimate the age at death and the sex of individuals from skeletal remains, from different parameters of the skeleton. And again, we created 2 different online free software packages, AgeEst and SexEst, for this that automate this process. These are important both for osteoarchaeology, but also for forensic anthropology. And finally, just a couple of weeks ago, with my student Antonio Caruso and a few other students in our team, we published StarC OsteoArc. This is an online platform for the standardized recording of human skeletal remains and sharing data in this respect. So we're hoping, it's very important to standardize how we collect data, otherwise it's impossible to do comparisons between different studies and look at bigger patterns. So that's the aim here. Now, moving on to outreach, archaeology is a very relatable subject, obviously, so we tried very hard to approach different members of the public with different means. First of all, we joined the Researchers' Night and Science Fair. Researchers' Night is organized annually by the Research and Innovation Foundation of Cyprus, and actually it is an event that is organized simultaneously across Cyprus by the different national research foundations. Whereas Science Fair is an initiative of the Cyprus Institute that takes place every year. So we are there every year. We will be at Researchers' Night on the 29th of September as well, with a number of interactive activities on human skeletal analysis, on zooarchaeology, on plants and different materials for the children. Hundreds of children attend these events. We also joined the European Archaeology Days organized by the UNESCO Committee in Cyprus and the International Museum Day. Here we worked very closely with the Society of Cypriot Archaeologists, the Department of Antiquities, and the Bank of Cyprus Cultural Foundation. And once again, we had a series of interactive workshops for the kids. More recently, the Research and Innovation Foundation started this new initiative, Researchers in Schools. Okay, it's self-explanatory what it is. And of course, we are there. We visited several schools, primary and secondary schools, in the Nicosia district. We will soon go to other districts as well. So in these events, usually what we do, first we have a lecture that pretty much all the school attends, briefly. And then we have, again, a number of workshops, hands-on workshops for the students, for smaller groups of students. Now, with the previous initiatives, we managed to approach many children of different ages. But we realized it's very important to get some quality time alone with the teachers and discuss with them the pedagogical potential of the archaeological sciences, how archaeological sciences can help us approach contemporary pressing questions such as climate change, migration, social inequality, and other topics that are particularly pertinent in the Eastern Mediterranean. And this is why we organized a workshop in collaboration with the Pedagogical Institute of Cyprus here in our premises, where we did exactly that. We had a first lecture about these topics, and then we had a series of smaller workshops where we demonstrated to the teachers a series of activities that we recommend they can repeat in their classroom, and they discussed with us, of course, for which specific age groups these are more appropriate, what kind of adjustments should be made. So it was a very dialogic initiative, and we definitely intend to repeat it. In addition, our team has produced 2 documentaries, Digging Up Cypriot Tastes and Sistada, The Undying Craft of Winemaking. As you can guess, Evi Margaritis was in charge of this. And also, we had a strong participation on a National Geographic documentary, Keros, the Island of the Broken Figurines. That received huge visibility. Now, during the pandemic, when parents and kids were stuck home, and as parents we really suffered ourselves as well, we decided to produce this Archaeological Science Classroom Activities Guide, again open access, available in Greek, English and Arabic, that basically gave to parents and teachers step-by-step instructions on how to implement different activities for human osteoarchaeology, zooarchaeology, pottery, metalwork, etc., and what kind of key messages they should communicate to the kids using very simple materials. And more recently, we published a science book for osteoarchaeology for children, 100 pages explaining what kind of information we can extract from our ancestors' skeletons regarding their life. This is available in Greek and English for the time being. Finally, we produced a series of leaflets on archaeobotany and wood charcoal analysis. You can find all that outside, in the registration area. Now, I would like to close this brief presentation with a quote by Dolly Parton, who is a legend. So Dolly said, We cannot direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails. And what the Leventis Foundation funding has given us is much bigger sails and more advanced mechanisms to adjust them. And for that, we are deeply grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Effie. It's high time for a lunch break. We will resume our program at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your attention. We have the great pleasure to have with us for this special event distinguished scholars from abroad. Professor Sturt Manning is a distinguished professor of arts and sciences in classics and the director of the Cornell Tree Ring Laboratory at Cornell University. He's also an adjunct professor at the Cyprus Institute. Professor Manning will introduce wood as a key source for history and for the intersections of climate and history for Cyprus and the East Mediterranean.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, and thank you for coming back from lunch to actually hear about something solid and academic. It's always a challenge. So an obvious question is, why trees? This week's Nature has made a new chronology in Cyprus. We have the richest per square meter Byzantine heritage in the world in Cyprus, and a lot of it involves wood. Yes, the buildings often have stone brick, but the tie beams, the architectural elements, the doorways, the lintels, the iconostasis, and all of the movable objects from bishops' thrones down to very mundane small icons done on wood. This is the 10-second primer on how do you build a long dendrochronology. You start on my side in the present, and I know it's 2023 or whichever year it is you're doing it. That gives you the present, and by linking together the growth patterns from forest trees and then historic buildings to environmental or archaeological sites, and doing this many, many times. So when you see the line, imagine doing this not just dozens, but probably 50, 100 times. This is how you build up a reliable tree ring record for a given species in a given area. Oops, why is it doing that? There we go. And you take your sample to a laboratory, and here's one of my key collaborators, Dr. Brita Lorenzen, not a face for you, but many of you have met Brita. Measuring a sample under a microscope, looks like that on the top, and just shows the distinguishing features of wide and narrow rings, and then you record these data in various forms of digital format, which you can then analyze against the other ones to build up a chronology like this. And the bottom left, one of the things that we started doing, and one of the first groups in the world to do actively, is using minimally invasive approaches. Rather than cutting or drilling a big hole and taking the sample overseas, in fact, we're trying to prepare the samples and scan them all in Cyprus, and typically in the building where they're actually located. So in most cases, they never leave the premises, which on the legal front makes the permissions a great deal easier. On the practical front, it means it's ethical and we aren't necessarily causing any more intervention than is necessary. A quick example, does this work on buildings? Well, here we are at the Dragoman's house here in central Nicosia. The group, including some of the Cyprus Institute people, you'll spot my key Cyprus Institute collaborator, Professor Nicholas Bakatzis, and PhD students and others. We collected samples here. Turns out that most of the structure is built of Pinus nigra, so that's the black pine from high on Troodos. Obviously, he was a very rich and powerful person until he made some political miscalculations. And you could afford to bring wood from all the way from the high Troodos down to Nicosia. And you can see the chronology from his building is in the red, two chronologies of black pine from forest samples in the blue and the black. And even with the naked eye, you can see that the patterns have a lot of similarity. They match almost perfectly. And this gives us a last extant tree ring in 1785. And Frosso, if she was here, will point out that that may actually almost be the date of the construction of this building, even though the dedicatory inscription tells us it was maybe 8 years later it came into use. But we more or less are able to create history from the trees. When it works against documented cases, we can take confidence that the undocumented cases, where we don't happen to have a very rich person, we can use this evidence in the same way and regard it as being sound and useful. Does it work on other types of things? I mentioned portable art. Here we are in the Church of Ias Nikolaos in Zakistra in Western Cyprus. There's an icon on the iconostasis, Christ enthroned. It's painted on cedar. There are two boards, and then there are some supports that have been put across those boards. Each of those can be dendrodated. So we can date the last ring on the boards, 1622, so it's an earlier 17th century icon, matches the style. And we can even date that it was clearly restored by somebody in the early 18th century when they then put these additional supporting boards to try and keep the whole thing together. So you can get a biography of the object, but then a biography of the object's use through time and offers improvements and changes. And in this case, we know it's coming from Cypriot cedar. We can do that on the basis of looking at the anatomy, but also using strontium analysis, we've been able to demonstrate that we can find Cypriot cedar in contrast to Anatolian cedar or Lebanon Syrian cedar. And as many of you will know if you've been there, it's a very small area now of Cypriot cedar, so it's something that's really important in the world. The wood can also tell us stories about what it did after it grew. So just as you'll have probably heard, you can do isotope analyses of teeth, and where a child grows up determines the ratio of certain isotopes in molars. Trees are the same. Where the tree grew, it reflects where it grew. So even though the wood then gets cut down and shipped somewhere else, you can trace back where it came from by looking at the match of its growth pattern versus other areas, and by looking at the isotopes. So here, for example, we have a shipwreck found off the coast of Israel, but we can look at the size of the best matches and spot that the wood must have come from somewhere along the northern coast of Anatolia, and in particular, you can see it's coming along the sort of western end of the north coast of Anatolia. And with other analysis, you might even get closer and closer. And that tells us about Ottoman timber trade. It tells us about how that timber was probably shipped to somewhere like Alexandria. Then it would have been sold onto a shipbuilder. Then the ship's made, and it sails around. But we can start to see how this entire economic world worked. Now, how far back can you go? Well, one of the selling points for working in the East Mediterranean and Middle East region is, although you would say, well, there aren't a lot of forests around here, really, not like, going to Sweden or somewhere like that where it's like trees everywhere. But a number of the trees that live in this area can live for very long times if humans don't do unfortunate things like cut them down. So I'm coring a juniper tree over there on the bottom left in Jordan. That tree is just over 700 years old, and it's by no means the oldest in that forest. It's just one I've got a photo of doing it. I'm in northern Greece over here, north of Metsovo, and there are several, there's Pinus heldraicae in this area, over 1,000 years old. And apart from that, archaeology, which is what we all do, all the timbers preserved in archaeological sites, from Katna, northern Syria in the middle at Cedar, through charcoal from Israel, where Brita's holding, through off the coast of Cyprus here at Mazatos, it's possible to find wood that's well enough preserved to do dendrochronology, and that can take us back not just hundreds, but thousands of years. There's a lot of attention on climate these days, and it's probably fair to say most funding in dendrochronology is really about climate. Here is a figure that shows all of the historical, meaning pre-20th century records that we have of rainfall for the whole world. If I now say, what about records that we have for the whole world from before 1800, so only just 200 and a bit years ago, you'll suddenly notice there's incredibly few of them. And whole areas of the world, like Africa, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. And in fact, most of the Mediterranean, there's absolutely nothing that's older than 1800. But we can try to actually get climate data from tree rings. So a paper that got a lot of attention just over a decade ago by a colleague of mine, Ulf Bunkten et al., they looked at trees from Central Europe and were able to make plausible argument that the numbers of trees being found, wood in structures and archaeological sites, reflected the economy. And when you had major downturns like Black Death and the end of the Roman world, less buildings being built, so the numbers go down. And you could use the ring widths of those trees to reconstruct both the precipitation available and the temperature that was operating when these trees grew. And they argued famously in this little bit here that it was both wetter and colder at the time of the decline of the Roman Empire. As academics, I don't believe there was an end of the Roman Empire, but there clearly was a transformation from one economic political model to another one, and it does seem to have associated itself more or less with some shifts in climate. Can we do something like that in this part of the world? Well, very pleased to say, because it always seems to take forever, we have an article that's about to appear, which is the first paper from our dendrochronological project here in Cyprus, in which we are announcing that we have almost 700 years of complete dendrochronology for a couple of species. The picture just shows you a whole variety of the structures and places that we went and acquired this data from. And yes, we visited some of the famous places, UNESCO churches, but some of our best data, like the example of Ius Nicolaus and Xykistra, it is not one of the UNESCO churches. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of other important historical structures on the island which have received very little scholarly attention. How did we do it? We built dendrochronologies from buildings, like you can see a whole series of ones here. You may be wondering, what is this path? This is actually Paphos Gate here in Nicosia. And those who've come to talk at the last Kerry workshop, you have the most important 15th to 16th century wooden structure in the island rotting away at Paphos Gate. And it still defies me that that's being allowed to happen. It was thought to be 1930s. If you look at the official Department of Antiquities records, they thought it was completely been redone. How did we then try to get a chronology? We did what we call radiocarbon wiggle matching, which is the top right. So having built a chronology like that, you then sample little bit, knowing exactly how many years between those samples, so you have a lot of control on a time sequence. You match that against the radiocarbon calibration curve, the little bars you can sitting on the blue. All you have to spot is the little bars sit perfectly on the blue, which proves that our chronology is sound, and it means we could already date it, give or take about 3 years maximum. So it's almost an absolute chronology, and so we could be very confident that we're building a sound chronology. Then we work harder on the tree ring sequences, knowing that we're about in the right place, and as of now, we can now say we have all of these tree ring chronologies against the calendar timescale you see at the bottom, and these are absolute. These are not going to move. It's plus or minus 0. So there's the potential now, if you have cultural material that belongs to one of these species, which equals cedar, Pinus nigra, Pinus brutia, we can match it against this and give dates. And this shows all of the different chronologies we've built from different sites. Everything that's a solid color is absolutely dated. Everything that's a paler color is still floating a teeny weeny bit. And the one I draw the little pink arrow to just to highlight, the balcony support at the Church of the Holy Cross in Palendri, which is a UNESCO-listed church and one of the most beautiful on the island, that balcony support, that's wood that goes through and is more than 1,000 years old. So it's really quite something. And you'll spot that we have a tiny, tiny gap, which is approximately there, it's less than my finger, and we have this little gap. Hopefully, given this is the result of some years of work, but not forever, hopefully more work will fill those gaps, and that will mean we have over a millennium of tree ring chronology here in Cyprus. And to end, why do you do it, and does it have any implications beyond just, isn't this great, we've got a dendrochronology? I use this example partly because it got into Nature, and the Cyprus Institute did a little thing saying, look at this great thing, so let's look at this. Tree rings, because they're giving us a climate record, allow us to ask and answer questions such as Cyprian brought up last night. Well, what is it that overwhelms people, and maybe why does something like the Late Bronze Age seem to change? What's going on? So we built a tree ring chronology over many years, and several people have been involved in doing this, that comes from the site of Gordian in central Anatolia, which is relevant to the Hittite Empire, which was one of the great power systems for 500 years in this region. So for those who don't remember, Hittite world in the green barrier up there, a couple of random photos that either I have or have come from other sites. If you haven't been to Hattusas, it's one of these things you have to go to. You then start to realize that things like Knossos are pretty small beans, actually, when you come down to it. Yes. The thing is utterly vast in a scale that you have to go to Egypt, Mesopotamia, or Anatolia to see sites of this scale. And Cyprian also showed this one. Storage of grain seems to be a central part of this Hittite capital. They start with a huge granary that all burns down, and then they go for more dispersed ones, having obviously learnt the lesson that you shouldn't have all your eggs in the one basket. But the key thing is, for the whole history of Hattusa, vast amounts of grain are being stored there. So that means the whole surrounding territory must be supplying them. Whether you see that as being a corvée labor and the old whip type model, whether they're selling it to them, who knows whether it was a friendly or a Bevanite type model, or whether it was some sort of coercive thing, but vast amounts of grain are coming there. We also know that the Hittites were a huge empire. We know from textual material and pictorial material that they were the key empire that the Egyptians were rivaling by the time we get to the Late Bronze Age, and they fought this famous battle at Kadesh, for example, and sort of world's first peace treaty, effectively, we know of document as a result of this. So they went on, and then finally, at Shupurlini II, the last Hittite king, we don't know, nothing happens after him. It's an extraordinary thing. We have all of these records, we have textual records, we have these archives, we have chronicles, and it just stops. So it's as if somebody turned the internet off tomorrow, and people would say, what happened? Civilization ended. So what happened? Well, generally, this is a time where people have always thought something was going on. So whether books on the left-hand side, or Sea People's depictions that we have in Funerary Temple of Ramses III in Egypt, we know there was some form of change or unrest going on at the end of the Late Bronze Age. Can we be better than that? Eric Klein, in a book called 1177, which the one thing that is definitely can be as a fact, it wasn't in 1177, but we'll ignore that point. He listed a lot of possible causes for what went wrong in the world. Interestingly, when he wrote the first edition, it was left as sort of, it was a combination of everything, and who knows, but obviously it went wrong. Second edition, the world had changed, of course, because we're now in the world of extreme climate. All of a sudden, by now, taken as a whole, the evidence now points rather conclusively to a drought in the region that lasted at least 150 years and possibly 300 years, beginning about 1200 BC. There are two things I'd like you to take away, and very quickly as we go through it. One, in all of the recorded climate history we have since the beginning of the Holocene, so that's the last 12,000 years, there has been no mega drought that lasts 100 to 300 years anywhere. So, and I know Anna showed two of my nemesis authors who I think need to rethink what they're doing, but never mind that. And the other one is, slow long-term changes are exactly what humans are very good at coping with and adapting for. That's when you plant more barley, because you can see the wheat's not working last year. You do something different, and animals, it's a classic thing. You're going to change your livestock strategy. So that's not the sort of thing that brings a state which has managed to last for 500 years, have regular incursions from the Casca from the north and somehow get through it, almost bring the Egyptians to a standstill. No. So what does actually cause a society to radically change? And there has been a lot of work being done on this in a variety of fields. Most of it hasn't, I think, yet reached archaeology, but I just put up some examples of literature where people are trying to start to think about this more towards the historical ancient world. And the most fundamental thing, part of it comes out of the work of Paul Halstead and John O'Shea and others in a book that got published now a generation ago, Bad Year Economics. Some of it comes out of work of Cormac O'Grady, who's one of the most important economic historians and experts on famine and things that go wrong. And they both make the point that it is the unexpected. It's 2 or more consecutive years of unforeseen disaster. This is what overwhelms human societies. Almost every traditional agricultural society, and as Thilo told us, everywhere was a traditional agricultural society until about 200 years ago, planned on the fact that there would be a bad year every now and again. We know that. I mean, we all talk about, oh, last year's summer was crap, or this year's winter is particularly cold or whatever. What you don't plan on is the same thing happening 2 times in a row, and certainly not 3 times in a row. So you store things. You have your olive oil and your pith oil. You have your grain. You can see yourself through, as Paul Halstead always says in his book, farmers planned to ride out one bad year, but didn't always actually have enough to do so. And Raphael, in a study of the medieval Levant, highlights the fact that found it hard to cope with long periods, more than 2 years, of food shortage. And Paul Halstead specifically comments on the ability to one total crop failure. So if we look at the region for where the Hittites are, and we look in the historical period, we can look at tree ring records from southwest Anatolia and the North Aegean, and we could look at the variations up and down in rainfall that we can reconstruct. And only if you're totally outside, the light grey is the 68% confidence, the dark grey is the 95% confidence, so outside that it's very unusual. And I put stars against the driest years that occur. And what you'll notice is, normally, there aren't that many stars to start with. This whole period is like around 1500. There are no stars for decades and decades and decades. And only very occasionally do you get a couple of stars quite close to each other, like just after 1600. And if we look at that in sum, across a millennium, there's just one time, 1607 and 1608 CE or AD, you get 2 consecutive years of drought. Did anything happen at that time? Whole of central Anatolia would have been affected. And this is the period that we know is the Jalali Rebellion, which was probably the most important historical upset in the history of the Ottoman Empire, and it very nearly brought the Ottoman Empire down. This was a major economic, political moment, and arguably the Ottoman Empire was never as strong really after this. We can now, we're using modern climate software, we can actually analyze what did those droughts look like. And the darker and the redder it is, the drier it is what you're looking at here. So those droughts in 1607, 1608 and region affected a vast part, not only of Anatolia, but most of the Black Sea region. So if you'd been looking for a friend to send you some grain to help out in the bad times, it's not coming from anywhere that the Ottoman Empire really controlled that grows grain. So there's no point saying, oh, this is a bit wetter down here. This is not grain production territory. And grain is the all-important thing, as James C. Scott highlights in this book, if you've read Against the Grain, and the Hittite example we looked at earlier. Grain is what states taxed farmers on often. It's what they're stored to be able to feed people. So if you have 40 or 50,000 people living in Hattusa, that's the estimate, it's the grain in the granary that feeds them. So that's the all-important thing. Now, if we look at the Hittite world, Central Anatolia, we have tree rings coming from Gordian, not too far away, and these tree rings, we have over 1,000-year record that we can put together. We can do clever statistics where we try and take out growth variations and things which are not important, and we're left with the difference from that to give us the climate signal that's occurring. And if we do that, analyze it, we spot that just one time, here, you can see it here with little asterisks, there is one period in 600 years of this record where 3 years in a row there is unusually, lowest 6% of the whole of the record, 3 years in a row, really dry conditions. And it happens in 1198 to 1196 BC, which seems almost too much of a coincidence to be not important. In the title of the paper, we called it exactly that. It's coincident with, you can't claim it causes it, because that would be a level of proof we don't have, but it's strikingly at the same time. Can we confirm that? Well, this is one of the reasons why you really do want to have isotopic analysis, and I saw Thilo put that up as one of the things which one wants to have in the modern world. So we also explored these same tree rings by building up a carbon-13 stable isotope record. Carbon-13 is stable, which means as long as you have the tree cellulose, it stays the same, reflects the growing conditions, and particularly it reflects how much moisture is available to the tree. It's an incredibly accurate recorder of moisture. We do this in the Cornell Stable Isotope Lab, and Brita and Leah McDonald, who some of you met in the summer, came out with me. Kim Sparks, collaborator here. We build stable isotope records, put them together in sum. In the 13th century and 14th century, generally, it's relatively moist. There's one little exception there, but relatively moist. All of a sudden, in the late 13th century, and then for the next 100-odd years, there's a dramatic shift to generally drier conditions in this part of the world. So this is the Eric Klein mega drought, but it's not. It's a shift to drier conditions. But then, when within that period, one little period here, you get 3 specific years that are ultra dry, and you've already had badder times setting in, that's going to be historically effective. Whereas if we're in the middle of one of the best times, 2 or 3 years of unusually dry might still have been not such a bad problem. But when you've already moved to being drier, and then you get ultra dry, that's a very specific problem. That is, in the territory of Bob Geldof territory, for those old enough to remember Live Aid, something dramatic has happened that is going to have real-world impacts. In the first year, because that would have been a real drought, people will have starved. Second year, stores will have gone. Many people will have starved. By the third year, well, many people will already be dead. But if you are not then planning to move somewhere else or do something completely different, you have to question the intelligence of the humans involved. So of course they will have done That's when states collapse. Their tax base has gone away, populations start to move away and they're not in the places they're meant to be. The army's no longer effective because you can't feed them and they've probably gone home or they've gone somewhere else. That is how a state will collapse. Thank you all very much. I'd like to thank all of these many, many people who have helped.
Thank you, Professor Manning. Dr. Lindy Crew, the director of the Cyprus American Archaeological Research Institute, or better known to all of us as CARI, will present to us international archaeological research on Cyprus and CARI. Lindy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria, and good afternoon to all our distinguished guests, Dr. Leventis, friends and colleagues. And thank you very much to Professor Thilo Reren for the invitation to participate in this 2-day event celebrating 5 years of the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences. Thilo and I both took up our roles on Cyprus, leaving UK academia in the same year, both arriving here to take up new jobs and new worlds. And I'm very pleased that this chair has gone so well and may it continue into the future. So I would like to begin by telling everyone a little bit about CARI, although I'm sure that many of you here are very familiar with our institute. We were established in 1978 at the instigation of the then director of the Department of Antiquities, Vassos Kariogis, who after 1974, after the events of 74, was trying to reinvigorate Cypriot archaeology and put out a call to various countries to start a foreign school, if you will. And the Americans were the only people who followed through and set this up. So we do have the word American in our title, but in fact we are and remain the only overseas research center here, and so we take care of all of the international archaeological community who come through our doors. And Vassos himself, in his memoirs, noted that after CARI was set up, he realized there was in fact no further need for any other institutes, so he was happy with what he did. So amongst the many past and ongoing collaborations that CARI-affiliated researchers have with the Cypriot and international archaeological community, I will particularly highlight today the collaborations we have with the STAR-C faculty, researchers and students, and I have drawn upon just a few examples after putting out a call to our academic board of trustees. So there are many American projects represented here today, but that's because most of our board of trustees, the academic side, are Americans. And a few examples of recent events that we've held in collaboration at CARI. So our residence and facilities, the J.R. Stewart residence has 8 rooms located on the top floor of our historic building, and we can accommodate up to 14 people if students squeeze in. A major renovation program was completed in 2017, and you can see here the modern structure abutting the listed building, which leads down to a 2-story underground library basement arrangement. And we refurbished the entire building. Our library, the Claude Scheffer Library, you've seen examples of Claude Scheffer earlier today, the very famous French archaeologist who excavated at Enkmi and at Ugarit in Syria. After his death, previous CARI director Stuart Swinney acquired his collection of books from his widow, and that formed the core of setting up our library. The library is open 24 hours a day to residents, and it's one of the most delightful places that you can undertake research, and it's also free to use for faculty and students of all Cypriot research institutions. So what we do, we take care of a diverse category of subjects, anything to do with any aspect of studies of the Cypriot past. We also host a lecture series and conferences, as well as publishing a monograph series. And the next volume to be published in that series will be jointly edited by Dr. Evi Margaritis, entitled Environment, Landscape and Society, Diachronic Perspectives on Settlement Patterns in Cyprus. The highlight of our calendar is the annual Summer Archaeological Workshop, held when the majority of the international teams are here on Cyprus in order to enable us all to get together and to share our research highlights. This year was the biggest event to date, with 25 papers in one day, and that was in addition to reports from Cypriot and international field teams. We also heard a lot from STAR-C researchers on their archaeological science projects. And the traditional evening party in the CARI courtyard was also a special one this year, a long postponed celebration due to the pandemic, thanking our Administrator Emerita, Vathula Mustuki, for 42 years of service to CARI. At the heart of CARI are our fellowships, and we are the only international organization offering fellowships especially earmarked for research on Cyprus. Many of you here or watching online may be eligible for one of our fellowships, so the deadlines are around the end of the year. Do take a look. 3 of the fellowships are for graduate students, funded through private donations from the families who donated them. The majority of these are available to researchers of any nationality. There are 2 researchers funded by the Council of American Overseas Research Centers through the US State Department for longer-term research. Our Scholar in Residence offers a 50% discount in exchange for mentoring junior researchers whilst you are there. And we also welcome the CAOC Multi-Country Fulbright Fellows, European Fellowship holders, and Erasmus students. I would like to particularly highlight the Edgar Peltenberg Fellowship in Cypriot Prehistory. This was set up following the sad death of Professor Eddie Peltenberg in 2016, with generous donations from his widow, Dr. Diane Bolger, and our other dear colleague and friend we lost during the pandemic, Dr. Carol McCartney, as well as contributions from other friends and colleagues of Eddie. And here you can see some of our international team, including Star C and ARU colleagues, whose expertise helped us to bring the publication of Eddie's final excavation at Susciu-Laona to fruition, and the publication of which was generously supported by the AG Leventis Foundation. So another example. Currently, to date, we have supported 5 recent PhD researchers for 9-month fellowships to give them research time to write articles and grant proposals and give them an early career boost. 3 of these individuals have been Cypriot and have gone on to positions at the Cyprus Institute. Dr. Anna Spirou, who we heard from earlier. Dr. Artemis Georgiou has a major ERC grant at the Archaeological Research Unit at the University of Cyprus, and you'll hear from her tomorrow. Dr. Harry Paraskeva has now got a position as contract curator for the new Cyprus Museum design. Dr. Giulia Muti is waiting on the outcome of a Marie Curie application, and Francesca Meneghetti is just at the beginning of her research project. So we do have funds in the endowment to continue the Peltenberg Fellowship for several years, but continue to solicit further donations in the hope that we can further support early career researchers in Cypriot archaeology for generations to come. So moving to the research collaborations that CARI-affiliated researchers and students have undertaken. Just a few examples here, obviously. It is not possible to list the many, many of these that occur regularly. So here you've heard just now from Stuart Manning with some of his collaborations, and we also have the Calvasos and Moroni Built Environment Project, which Stuart is part of, along with Kevin Fisher, Jeff Leon, Dr. Katie Kearns, shown here. And they've collaborated extensively with Marina Faka of the Star C, who's done a lot of geophysical research, magnetometry, all sorts of other things, and she's collaborated indeed as well with Dr. Kate Grossman and Tate Paulette at the University of Northern Carolina, at Strumby and Magunda. Dr. Evi Margaritis is probably our stellar collaborator, collaborating with many, many international projects. You can see her here with archaeobotanist Dr. Britta Lorentzen, University of Georgia, and one of their students at the Canby project again. Evi is also collaborating with me, with many of us, and we're very excited about that. And indeed, we were very happy to have Dr. Artemios Economou come and bring the Star C PXRF equipment to my excavation at Kosonaga Skalya just before the pandemic, in collaboration with Dr. Christine Johnston of Western Washington University. We're conducting a project that aims to try and investigate how the classic Bronze Age pottery of the west of Cyprus, the so-called drab polished ware that you can see on the left, slowly morphs into this darker faced ware at the beginning of the transition to the late Bronze Age, around about 1650 BC, and the clays are macroscopically very similar to what then turns into the proper late Bronze Age fabrics of the proto-base ring and the base ring. And this project is just at the beginning stages, but as ever, all these collaborations result in publications. We have an article in Press, and also Anna Spirou's delightful cattle project that we've heard about today. We've been collaborating with that, and all of us have been delighted to share our data that we've retrieved. So people have mentioned today and yesterday that we can't work in isolation, and I am not an archaeological science. I am a field archaeologist, and we have been digging at our enigmatic industrial complex in Kosonaga Skalya, where we are retrieving these industrial complexes with some activities going on. You can see this arrangement of ground stones where we retrieved this complete pottery bowl here that had been smashed in situ and the sherd removed from the base. So they seem to have been grinding something from these grinding stones into this bowl that had a liquid involved and must have needed to drain off. But what is it? And this is where we hope that our collaborations in terms of phytoliths and starches with our archaeobotanist Leilani Lucas, who has been also working with us, that we might be able to address some of these questions. Indeed, these very frequently found large pithoi that we find, what is contained in the pithoi? And up the top here you can see that we are retrieving a An oven is emerging in this area of the courtyard, which is looking like it's about 4 meters across, filled with these fine ashy silts, which again, Leilani has said, don't contain grains, but do contain the kind of seeds that you find with weeds. So it looks very much like they might be burning animal dung, because weed seeds are eaten by the cattle in fodder, and therefore that's why there's no lovely charcoal and lovely ash, it's just these fine ashy silts. But these are all questions that we certainly can't answer without the help of archaeological science. And another lovely pithos. And it's not just about research collaborations, there is a lot of work going on with researcher training, and we've seen, again, Sturt's project with collaboration with Nicolas Bakatsis on the dendro work. Kasonaga Scalia, again, we're training students in field skills, drawing, planning, excavating, recording, pottery analysis. But we were also delighted to welcome in 2019 to join us in Kasonaga School the Promised Project, the University of Cambridge, KU Leuven, and the Star C team, who joined us for a couple of weeks for their field school. And another recent event, which we held at Kari in collaboration with Dr. Maria Dikomitou Eliadou as part of her Place International Training Network project on pre-modern plasters and ceramics. We held a day event where Maria invited all her PhD students who were part of the project. She invited along ARU collaborators, people with various expertise, other Star C collaborators. The students shared their ideas on how they were going to proceed with their data collection, and they all had a lot of help from all of these experts on what constitutes a successful sampling strategy. And that was a very fruitful day. And it is indeed about, as many people have said these days, the next generations. And whether it's undertaking fieldwork or lab materials training, Kari remains committed to fostering collaborations and creating opportunities for Cypriot and international students to come together and to learn from each other and to form lasting friendships and professional relationships. I couldn't resist showing a picture of a very young Angelos Hachikoumis sent to me by Professor Alan Simmons of the University of Las Vegas in Nevada. Angelos here at IS Yorkos in 2006, started as a beginner undergraduate and ended up being a core part of the team with his archaeozoological expertise. So these initial steps often end up in very fruitful professional collaborations. So we also, every Wednesday morning at Kari, and you're all invited whenever you would like to come along, have coffee at 10 a.m. And this is a chance for Kari residents, local students and scholars to get together, to chat, and often to meet the very people whose papers they've been reading, such as our senior scholar in residence, Professor Bernard Knapp, who is here with us this afternoon. And we also have, fostering new relationships, and Bernard is always very willing to chat to junior students. So thank you, Bernard. I would also like to highlight, as a research potential for this audience, the really rich collection of archival material that Kari holds. I mentioned the Claude Chauffeur Library. Chauffeur seems to have been in the habit of keeping his correspondence inside the book of the author that he'd been corresponding with. So we received all these books and found they were full of really interesting, fascinating letters and photographs, things like this picture of Agatha Christie and Max Mallowan visiting Cyprus, and his little snippy notes about disagreeing with Arthur Evans in his volume of Knossos. So that's a really exciting resource, which has been used a little bit by researchers. Yorgos Papasavvas drew upon it for his recent book on Dichios and Chauffeur. The James and Eve Stewart collection contains a wealth of material, letters, photographs, stamps, and Eve Stewart, whose father was from Cyprus, they moved to Australia. She bequested a lot of traditional ethnographic materials, wooden chests, beautiful objects which are around Kari, but also a lot of notes and letters and documentation. And also John de Platt Taylor. Apparently in 1979, when she came to Cyprus, I don't know if it was for the last time, came to the new Kari and was so excited that she bequeathed us some of her archival documentation upon her death as well. This Willimand, this character whose diaries came to us from the Stewart collection, but he was a naturalist, especially interested in birds. He recorded some of the earliest records of birds on Cyprus, but also recorded a lot of archaeological notes. So these diaries are in Kari. Robert Merrilees has just written an article utilizing these, but there's more scope for researchers to use those. Hector Catling, this was a very nice collaboration with Thilo Rehren of the Star Sea, kindly scanned in for us the letters of correspondence between Peter Magor, the first director of the Department of Antiquities, and Hector Catling regarding setting up the Cyprus survey in the late 50s. Despo and Anna Georgiadou and I have just written an article on that. And we were able to therefore give the hard copies back to the Department of Antiquities, and we all now can just access digital files. Post-World War II Jewish detention camp newsletters we have on Cyprus, which are mainly in Hebrew, but some in other languages as well. And we have video and sound recordings done over the years, interviewing various archaeologists that have come through Cyprus. And then our collections of maps, which, quite frankly, we know cadastral numbers change. These are still useful things for an archaeologist, probably not useful for anyone else to know old plot numbers. And then we have collections. With the permission of the Department of Antiquities, we have a shared collection, we have animal bones, which Anna Spirou very kindly digitized for us, and geological collection. But this is all available, and I would hope people would consider making use of it. We're always willing to share. So although I can only speak for Kari and myself and for trustees and affiliates, I would like to reiterate that members of the international archaeological community working on Cyprus are keen to continue to collaborate with our Cypriot colleagues from the Department of Antiquities, the Archaeological Research Unit of the University of Cyprus, and the Star Sea of the Cyprus Institute, and the newer institutions with a heritage remit, and to encourage students to take part in our excavations and projects. I can also announce this week that we just received an award from the US Embassy in Cyprus to fund 2 special fellowships for US citizens this year, one for a graduate student and one for a postdoctoral researcher. And these are especially designed to cover the costs for travel for a stay in Cyprus, to enable the fellows to hold a workshop or a round table at Kari where they can share expertise and experiences. Additional funds are also provided for travel to another area in the Republic of Cyprus where the research takes place to engage with their local communities. Those deadlines will also be coming up in December. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindy, so much. At this point, I would like to ask our online viewers to bear with us momentarily as we pause the broadcasting for the next presentation, and we will resume connection immediately afterwards. For the next But absolutely not least, I would like to invite to the podium Professor Patrick de Vries, Head of the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences at KU Leuven in Belgium. Professor de Vries will discuss the future of archaeological sciences in the EME region.
Thank you, Maria. A future. Hi, I'm Patrick, and I'm a geologist. That sounds like an intervention or a support group, and perhaps it is a little. We've heard quite a bit about interdisciplinarity and scientific literacy of archaeologists and integration of fields, and archaeology being in the middle of that Venn diagram of disciplines. And that is absolutely true, yet I could have easily introduced myself as an archaeological scientist, but if I would have introduced myself as an archaeologist, that might have been more sensitive. And so, this is a personal trauma. 20 years ago, after I finished my PhD in sciences, already working on archaeological science and archaeological research questions, I asked my university whether I could do a second degree in archaeology. And while it wasn't illegal or denied, I was strongly advised against it because it wouldn't help my career, which was a very interesting formulation. So there is something with archaeology being in the middle of that Venn diagram and the definition of its field and the fields around it in that diagram. And I very much love this article. It's very much similar to rugby and football, or soccer for American audiences, where rugby is a quite intense, violent sport, yet played by gentlemen, as it said, with absolute respect for the rules, while football is an absolute shamble. It's not a sport, it's acting. This is from the Times. The exact date I couldn't find. It should be somewhere around 2014, judging from the age of Lode Jager then. But what is this rapport between archaeology and science? It's a slightly odd relationship, and I'd like to go from my own background in geochemistry with perhaps anecdotal stories towards a bigger story of a possible future for archaeological science, and apply this, of course, to the Eastern Mediterranean, Middle East region where we've seen today, and that's the disadvantage of coming last in a series of excellent lectures. Of course, we're going to apply this to this area because we've seen excellent examples, and I've changed this talk a couple of times in my head over the day, but we'll see where we end up. Lead isotopes have been mentioned a couple of times, and isotopes have been mentioned continuously throughout the day as one of the major techniques. I believe that is true. Now, lead isotopes has an interesting past over the last couple of decades, where this story of archaeology versus science went the wrong way. And the beginning, it is a fingerprinting technique. It is basically a technique it's used as a time measuring tool in geology. In archaeology, it's a provenancing tool. This comes from there. This is the geological information we get from an ore or a raw material that has been processed, so we can link the artifact to the raw material source. Now, in the beginning, there was quite a bit of debate on different aspects, and that debate turned vicious, we should say. If you read some of the papers in the journal Archaeometry in the 90s, well, they weren't very polite to one another. And this basically not only set back lead isotope use for a great number of years where the technique was not mentioned in polite company, and thus not done, but it also cast quite a bad image upon scientists. So if science can't tell, if they can't provide a certainty, who can? And so that's the wrong way. And with lead isotopes, this was a question of many, many things that we now control better. Data quality, in terms of how good can I measure chemically? Can I measure a value? In the beginning of the development of the technique in the 1950s, 60s, yes, that may have been an issue. Now we can measure these things with such high accuracy precision that we're actually going too far in accurate precision. Now we're going to see some lessons of this later on. The data properties of mathematically, we're going to a discipline that one would consider quite far from archaeology. Well, not anymore, with digital archaeology, for instance. Also in computational approaches, what is the distribution of such a data set? How should we treat it? Geological data, should we incorporate what is geological, or is this simply a denominator that we use in archaeology? And there was a just and still valid debate on what is archaeologically relevant. We are not going to compare a 5,000-year-old Cypriot artifact to Peruvian ore deposits. That is irrelevant. And so it's, of course, more complicated than such simple questions, but it fits into an archaeological theoretical framework. And I think we've moved on with lead isotopes, and there's lessons in the grander scheme of things in science, in archaeology. And I'd like to speak about big data, the position of heritage in funding, basically, because we need money to do this work, and a bit of ambition in education. The lead isotope conundrum has become, we can measure this very well. We're entering an era of big data, where we have a massive amount of measurements on ores, on raw materials in general, where we can use lead, on artifacts, and it becomes a question of comparing the black dot, the challenge is find the black dot, against all the ore sources, etc. And if you have these massive, massive data sheets with origins, and the primary use of this technique is provenance, where does it come from? How do you do that? It is very valid still to compare your signature, your fingerprint of your artifact to all possible sources in such diagrams, such biplots with all isotopes represented. You can do that. But that's an endless task with hundreds of mining regions, with thousands of data points. Our own database that we use in our lab has 4,000 ore measurements. And so divided in mining regions and eras, etc. So how do you do that? So you go to mathematical procedures, and there's a whole debate ongoing still of how you do that, incorporate that geological, mathematically correct data, which is irrelevant for here. But you can approach this thing with big data, and that gives us new possibilities. It also teaches us, which is different from a few decades ago, what isn't possible. Because this is basically a geological data set. Based on the age and composition of ores. If you compare metals to metal ores, you're looking at which ore was smelted to make this artifact. And if you ignore conveniently recycling and mixing of sources, you would have a one-to-one relationship. But since many ore deposits are coeval from the same geological time period, or have a similar composition and same time, or possibly by accident, they might be not as old, but have a different composition, which makes you end up with exactly the same fingerprint, it's simply impossible to distinguish some sources. And while that optimism was there, certainly in the 60s, 70s, and pushed further and further in the 80s, we now mathematically, analytically, geologically have a better comprehension of overlap. It's simply, there's a limit to it in terms of provenance. Does that mean that lead isotopes are not useful anymore? No, it doesn't. And that's perhaps where we're pushing this isotopic knowledge in archaeological science. We are looking at more relevant information, and this is a very important aspect. It is interdisciplinary. It does require that archaeological context. For instance, in Cyprus, we are still looking at newly found remains of metallurgy. We're still doing lead isotopes because the initial origin fields that were defined in the 70s, 80s, which ore has which fingerprint, were basically strictly geological. And interestingly, they weren't copper ores because one couldn't find too many copper ore in those original mines. They were usually accessory minerals, other minerals from that area, but they weren't really the ores that were used. With work, for instance, of Lina Cassianidou, there are ores found in context. There are ores from smelting contexts. And when you compare those to the original fields defined in Cyprus, you sometimes get a different signature. So we might have been comparing to a wrong field or a wrong compositional field. And so that is work that is necessary and ongoing, and it sort of cleans out that big database, but it is essential because with the state of affairs in lead isotopes, what you see here is one region in Cyprus, which is geologically similar, and a number of mines in that geological mining region with enough data, enough analysis that are now available, and a proper geochemical mathematical approach of those data, you can distinguish individual mines. Now, would you want to do that? Well, I would want to be advised by an archaeologist whether I'm not looking to another source, whether some things will overlap with, I don't know, sources in France. So I would want to be able to distinguish that. And that is the story of scientific literacy, knowing what the limits are and knowing how to treat it, together with archaeological literacy. What can I compare? What can I do? And there we need a bit of ambition. I'll come to it. Isotopes in general, certainly for the inorganic world, which I'm now dealing with, inorganic materials, not organic remains, we'll come to that. For isotopes in inorganic approaches, we're still thinking provenance and technology. Always, always, always. It goes to where does it come from, how was it made? Those are the basic questions that we ask. Even in approaches with new isotopic techniques, and this is happening, basically any element that has isotopes, you can measure isotopic ratios. That can change for one or the other reason, and that can be useful in archaeological research. Archaeologists are renowned for using any new technique immediately in archaeological research. There is an application anywhere. But with isotopes, it's usually provenance technology. And so there's much more in this, and this archaeological theoretical framework is essential therein. There is a paradigm shift somewhat in not only applying the traditional systems, but also in developing other systems and using them in a different way. While provenance and assignment of artifacts to an ore source or a technology, we do link in more with theoretical concepts such as object biography, the life cycle of objects. Certainly, recycling is one of them, or which steps throughout from origin, being made, to being kept in a museum has this artifact gone through. Materiality, chaîne opératoire, all those things have been mentioned. There is much more in the application of our techniques than this provenance and technology. This is an example, a very simple example, very, very simple, of a Egyptian mummy portrait, Roman, which is, art historians tell us, a composite image. And so while the wood, it's not a fake, it's not a forgery, it's not a copy, it's composite. There is an original part and other pieces were attached together to make a complete picture again in ancient times. But can we distinguish those panels? And so you can look at pigments, but pigments are, apart from their color, not very easily distinguishable in terms of source and time, etc. And so there is one thing in this portrait. There is a base layer of lead white. So a lead component used as a base layer on which the pigments are applied. Now, if you do lead isotopes, you get such an accurate measurement of that lead source. If it would be one workshop, you smear it across the wood and you paint it, it should be the same, it should be exactly the same. And that was a way into making an object biography here, which are the original panels with identical values, which are different, and can we puzzle those, was it 30-something pieces, can we unravel that and see workshop level work? This is an older one for the Getty Museum. Basically the same question. Now the base layer is a lime layer, and so art historians have a strange suspicion that the two side panels do not belong to the central panel, but how to prove it? The pigments are all within the time range defined. It appeared that the base layer of the two side panels are nearly identical and very different from the middle panel. That would not prove a different origin, but it would be very unlikely to happen in a similar workshop. So that sort of story build-up are very simple answers to often complicated questions. And that fits into a story of there is more into our isotopic information than we often see only provenance or technology. very quickly, glass is made from sand, silica source, which makes the glass, but you need a too high temperature to melt it into glass. And there's a great interest in glass in this building, so I will not tread on sore toes. For about 1,000 years in history, the source of the flux, the melting aid to lower that melting point was sodium carbonate, was what is called natron, which is a complex mixture of mineral salts. And so we need a lot of that natron to satisfy Roman glass needs, and pre-Roman, post-Roman for a bit. And it is simply assumed that, well, everything comes from Wadi Natrun, which gave the name to the substance, a lake between Cairo and Alexandria in Egypt. And so is this possible? So the question was, how can we link natron to natron glass? Now, natron is very pure. It's sodium carbonate, not much else in it. And it's molten into the glass. Can you find a tracer? And boron isotopes were something we developed for that question particularly. And then you look at the stability of that composition in boron isotopes in glass, and that could correspond to one source. But then there's, and this is the importance of Africa, I think that Cyprian also mentioned, natron trona, that mineral salt, is not very rare in northern Africa, actually. There's quite a bit of lakes. No one ever looked. That's basically why we don't know them. And if you look at that signature in terms of boron isotopes, in Libya, in Morocco, in Tunisia, they're all the same. And that's exactly what you would geologically expect, because they come from the same geology, in the same climatic conditions, with the same evaporation. What we could do was exclude the Greek salt. I'm afraid the Greek colleagues weren't very happy with Lake Picrolimni not being the source of ancient natron. And again, that's something that we need to treat with caution. We can exclude with certainty, we cannot assign with certainty in provenance. With these alternative uses of isotopes, it can be much more useful. Now, if we rearrange the previous diagram, according to age of the glass, you basically see a chronological difference. And now this is very early days. There's not many boron isotopes being done, but it seems to be consistent. Now there's two answers there. One is, different time periods used different sources. I doubt that is the case, and these are very minor differences in content in boron and some compositional differences. I think this is a climatic signal. I think it is not so much a different source, might be, but all the sources in North Africa seem to have the same signature at one given time. So perhaps this is climate change, that you see literally molten into glass. And so that is again a new approach to something we know, something we deal, but where we ask a different question. Archaeological science could give you a new insight into what archaeology really is at the center of that Venn diagram. I'll skip this because we saw a lot of bioarchaeology, and it's absolutely not my specialty. Isotopes were very important in all those stories, and they're not the heavy radiogenic ones I usually use. They're often the lighter ones. They reconstruct diet, food chains, etc. They offer those new answers to very particular questions, and they give us new means. I'd like to go into one, which I have been involved with a bit. I was checking the database. Strontium is one of those heavier isotopes, it has been mentioned, that are inherited in the soil, into an organism, and basically fixed in the body. And it gives you an indication of where you ate and how that was stored in your body, and thus origin and mobility of persons. Now, mobility we can thus measure in a very good way, and the question is, why mobility? How much mobility? And moving with greater databases of those compositions of origin and more analysis, moving in that big data era, we can start to answer those questions. And that is probably where one of the futures of archaeological science will lie. Because it has now the capacity of answering those questions. But take into account some lessons from, for instance, lead isotopes. Questions on resolution. We can measure this strontium ratio. It doesn't mean anything to you if you don't know strontium ratios, but that last digit is relevant. We can measure that with great accuracy, precision in the lab. It will be a 3. It won't be a 6 or a 2. It's plus minus 1 on the last digit. What does that mean? If you start comparing that in absolute terms to your huge database of geological values and bioavailable strontium in the environment, what is the relevance in terms of mobility? What resolution does that number in the environment have? We can measure it exactly in a person, but it might be that that resolution is 1 digit or 2 digits before. And that gives an entirely different archaeological interpretation. There is some debate on it, but not much. So it's something to take into account. That's a question of geological data properties as well. The environment, bioavailable, strontium in the environment where humans live and animals live, does vary for a number of reasons. And so you have to take into account that environmental and geological factor, which relates both of those remarks on the use of isotopes in mobility and diet. Ending, we've seen this big data and new approaches, and that is absolutely where a future of archaeological science lies. And certainly in the MA, there is a huge capacity for it, because the material is available, the science is available, or is being built. That is the ambition here. And this is very relevant and a very good thing. Another thing is that the people are available. And so in terms of ambition, there is a demography in the Eastern Mediterranean where there is a huge capacity for education and advancement. And so in Northwestern Europe, Belgium in my case, our demography is declining for 18 years old. So people going to higher education, that base of people is, with birth rate, declining. Yet we have a very high access to higher education. It's basically almost free, and so anybody can go. And proportionally, I think the number of very intelligent students remains the same. And so you're pushing people to a higher education where the question becomes the right person in the right place for higher education. Higher education for all, yes, in the proper field, in the proper way. I think in the MA, there is still a lot of possibility there, a lot of possibility, or how do you say, capacity, that's the word I'm looking for, to do that. And if you have the material available and you have the laboratories available, maybe it should be a purpose to push, to keep the local people trained here and have them work here on that. There is certainly a capacity for it. And the skills that are needed for that, archaeology is in the middle of the Venn diagram. It can use quite a bit of science, it can use sociology, history, and students should be trained therein, not forgetting basic skills. In research, it is often, when you apply for a new project, it has to be new and the biggest and the greatest and the oldest. And it has to be a new machine that says ping, that costs $1 million. Well, what we need is perhaps a bit more of what has been termed standard, I think, yes, that is on the slide in my paper. The basic techniques, the legwork. More of that can advance archaeology as a whole. Of course, there is frontline research, and of course we're pushing possibilities with new techniques and new approaches. But don't forget that standard work in education, in research. And that also provides archaeologists in general with scientific literacy and generic advanced skills that are useful in a lot of fields. I was counting, and I need my page now here. I have 22 finished PhDs that I supervised, and just under half of them went in academia or museum jobs, 45%, I see here on my page. The others went into industry or government education, higher education, secondary education. So more than half don't have that academic or museal ambition, and they're doing very well. And then the usual response to that is, yes, but you're a scientist. They have a science education. Well, most of my students are actually archaeologists, historians, art historians. There's a couple of geologists, yes, and a lost forensic scientist somewhere. I even had a physicist once doing a PhD. But most of them are archaeologists, and they do end up in industry or in science teaching. Archaeology in this integration of education and research provides an excellent basis for basically getting a job and contributing to a society. And I think that with an education in archaeology, you have a deep understanding of what sustainability, diversity, all those aspects that are so important now do truly mean. And I do believe that there is a future there in education rather than in research. If you could do that here, you have a capacity to serve local needs and to influence the world in a serious manner with what you would term archaeological science. One last remark, funding for it. Archaeological science is not archaeology, so it seems. That is something that pertains for the moment. But is there a need for the term archaeological science? In terms of content, I don't know. I would move to total integration. It is archaeology. In terms of funding, I would like to make the parallel to cultural heritage and heritage. If you look at the latest financing programs of the European Union, heritage has done a magnificent job in putting the word heritage in those programs. Wonderful. And this covers a field possibly wider than archaeology and archaeological science. I think there is a lesson there to push that forward as well. Either you put archaeology, archaeological science is perhaps too small a size of field to do that. But archaeology certainly could prove its impact, could prove its value in sustainable world, and perhaps that word heritage could be influenced into those funding programs as well. I think that's all I have time for to present you a future. Thank you for your attention.
Before we let Professor De Gries return to his seat, Professor Eren has a few words to say.
Oh, I did something wrong.
Hi, Patrick.
Tilo.
I'm Tilo. Good to see you. Yes.
I'm slightly nervous now.
I understood that you found it difficult to confess that you are a geologist. It is hard to open up.
Yes.
But
we understand.
I'm also a geologist, you know. But I have a bit of an identity crisis. So I'm not quite sure what I am. That was roughly our relationship 5 years ago. I knew of Patrick as a colleague who came from the earth sciences doing archaeological stuff. And I had a similar background and interest. So that was nice. And then I got the job here. And then I thought, there's a clever young man there from whom I can really learn a lot. Because I'm not a geochemist. I'm more a process type of person, putting stuff in a furnace and seeing how hot does it get and all of that. But then I realized we need actually proper hardcore geochemical work as well. So as a first grant that I wrote from here, that promised project that had been mentioned a few times, and that very happily was and luckily was funded by the European Union, I reached out to a trusted, good colleague, Cyprian, whom I knew, as I said, for a dozen years of overlapping work, almost on the same corridor.
I'm not a geologist.
And reliably not a geologist. And then I reached out to Patrick as the other advanced partner from whom we could learn, because this promised project, that was one of those twinning where a junior partner in a remote country teams up with the grown-ups to learn how to do things. And I was, at that moment, impressed and happy with his response of enthusiasm and support. And 5 years later, after 4 years of working together on a rather challenging project promised, where a lot of the legwork for organizing summer schools in COVID times and so on was done by Evie, where a lot of the really challenging legwork of talking to children who may or may not want to be there was done by Effie. And I had only the pleasure to write the annual report to the European Commission as to how fantastic everything is going. Anyway, so you were the rock of that and the rock star of that project. Whenever I ask for any report of figures, numbers, what have we done, next day I got the complete and comprehensive reply from Patrick, the geologist. So, I thought I would like, on the occasion of 5 years of that, honor you and thank you with a piece which has written on it to Professor Patrick de Vries for his outstanding contribution to the development of archaeological sciences at Star C from the A.G. Leventis Chair in Archaeological Sciences, September 2023. And the Cypriot Handicraft Center managed to get that without a typo on that little plug here. So, with that, thank you very much for your services. Now, the Handicraft Center is not just selling a piece of plexi. They're a government agency and we're supporting their commercial endeavor. And I thought Patrick has an interest in glass. And there comes a glass ship that goes in here, which we will see is the design of a small Greek merchant ship, 4th century BC, in Kyrenia, and so on and so forth. So thank you as a little token of our appreciation for all your quiet, reliable, friendly, positive input in our being here and for many more years to come. You have become part of the family and we are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is slightly unprepared.
That was a point of it.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's been absolutely a pleasure, and I think the one thing I would still like to say is that as professors we are foremost educators. Of course we love research and that is what makes us tick, but the whole story that we've seen wonderful examples, and tomorrow we'll see even more of young people getting new approaches. That is the way forward, and education in archaeology might be the way forward. I truly believe that integrated education in archaeology, that ambition that we should have in having scientific and social literacy in those graduates is the most important thing we do. Thank you very much.